Okay, I've just had the notification that the meeting has been now being live streamed. So thank you, Council, for sorting that out so promptly. I appreciate that. I know there's always going to be glitches on occasions, but I recognise that most times it's worked without any issues. So thank you for resolving that issue. Is everybody back? I want to make sure that, is Mr. Ridley back, or is he still sorting things out? Oh, you're on, Ms. Johnston, you're on mute.
He's just coming back into the room.
That's fine. I just didn't want to. I'll wait for any others that need to come back as well. Okay, right. Well, I'll make a start anyway. I'm just doing the introductory elements. So we are now being live streamed because I've got the notification and I've got the little live button up there on the Zoom board. Can everybody just ensure that their microphones are off when they're not speaking, please? Because that really does help with any feedback or any sort of noise that might come from your where you're located. So it just helps to prevent disturbance. Please also, can you put your camera on when you're speaking, if at all possible? It's not an absolute requirement, but it's always nice to talk to a face rather than a blank screen. Also, please, if you can, and you've got access to it, raise your hand by using the raise hand function. Yesterday, we did have a participant who was on the phone. You don't always have the raise hand function depending on the Zoom element that you're using. So if not, please just try and get our attention. Please just say, inspectors, I need to say something, and we will come to you. Now, in making any comments that you've got, please can you ensure that you are as succinct as you can be and to the point. Please focus on the issues of soundness. So where this is what we're here to look at, also legal compliance, but we've dealt with legal compliance in previous sessions. So we're not going to be going over any legal compliance issues again. Soundness issues relate to whether policies or the site allocations are positively prepared, whether they are justified, whether they're effective, and whether they're consistent with national policy. And we would like to hear people's comments on, particularly on soundness. So please also be aware that we will not be allowing repetition of points made. So if somebody has already made your point, you can make that clear that that was the point you were going to make, but then just make any additional comments rather than repeating anything. It doesn't add any weight to any arguments, repetition. Once we've heard it, we've heard it. Also, as previously, there will be no discussion on emission sites. I don't think anybody is putting forward any emission sites today, but please don't bring them up. They do not form part of the plan and we will not be considering them. We will be planning breaks today at appropriate times. There will be a mid-morning break. Lunch is normally around between 1 and 2. There was a slight difference yesterday because a participant wasn't able to go into the afternoon, so we had a very late lunch yesterday, which I would hope not to repeat today, but we'll see where we get to on the agenda as we go through. I will ask in a moment whether anybody has any time restrictions. I know we're dealing with the one Watton site this morning, and then we'll be moving on to the Gloucestershire rural fringe sites from 10:30. But if anybody does have any time restrictions, if they can let me know when I come to introducing participants for those sessions, that would be helpful just to know, because we can always move the agenda around a little bit. Does anybody have any queries or questions on the procedures? Is it quite clear? Nope, okay. So what I'd like to do then is open up the session discussing the PS38 Watton site. Now, as has been set out on the agenda, we are dealing with the employment site next week. We're dealing with the employment sites all together on the same day. They are separated out, but they are going to be on the same day. That made more sense in terms of the availability of participants who could come along to those sessions. So we are only dealing with PS38. So if anybody else for the later session which is under matter 6E, can ensure that their cameras, etc., are switched off, and I would be appreciative of that. What I'd like to do then is just go through introductions. Won't take long. We haven't got many present for this first element. Can I start with the council, please?
Good morning, Inspector. For this morning's session, it will be myself, Tom Ridley, Interim Planning Strategy Manager, and Helen Johnston, Senior Planning Officer.
Thank you. And I've got representatives for Kingswood Parish Council, please.
Hello, I'm Mary Leonard, Clerk for Kingswood Parish Council.
Thank you. Is there anybody else present who's going to be representing yourself? Mr. Hayes.
Yeah.
Yes, Troy Hayes from Troy Planning and Design on behalf of Kingswood Parish Council.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Millard for Persimmon Homes, Severn Valley.
Morning, Ma'am. James Millard, Blue Fox Planning, representing Persimmon Homes, Severn Valley.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, now with the other, as I've dealt with the, or we've dealt with the other site allocations, I'd like to get an understanding of the planning status of the site, get any updates. Now, the trajectory, which was obviously produced back in December last year, states that there is a full planning application on behalf of Persimmon Homes, Severn Valley, for 54 dwellings, which is supported through a PPA, which is Planning Performance Agreement, and that there are some remaining outstanding matters just to attend to that. Could I just have an update on that from the council's perspective first? And then if Mr. Millard needs to add anything, I think that would be really helpful. Thank you.
That's the current position.
That is the same current position. Yes. And can I just clarify what the outstanding matters are in connection with? Is it to do with biodiversity mitigation, or are there other matters?
It's biodiversity and mitigation and some highways issues.
That's some highways issues, okay. Okay, we'll come on to those in a bit more detail in relation to, not in relation to the planning application, in relation to the allocation is what we're obviously dealing with. Can I just ask what timescales are set out in the PPA? Or are there any timescales set out in the PPA? I'm just trying to look at timescales for how this is progressing.
I would have to come back to you on that unless Mr. Millard is aware. Oh.
Apologies. Yeah, I believe there was a PPA in place, but I think we've probably extended beyond that. We've recently extended the time on that planning application to resolve the outstanding matters, and we've recently submitted additional material relating to the biodiversity matter, which is now with the authority, and hopefully we can work collaboratively on that to raise that and get that sorted out ASAP.
Okay. Okay, I'll come back to timescales. It's about delivery, which we'll come to at the end. So I won't labour that particular point at the moment. Now, in the Persimmon Homes Severn Valley statement, you do give an indication of, or you do set out what the site area is. You give it as 1.95 hectares. Is that gross?
Yes, the application site is slightly smaller than the allocated area identified in the plan.
So is the area, is the 1.95 hectares given, is that the application area or is that the site allocation area?
That's the application site.
Okay. So if I can ask the council then, what's the allocation area?
The gross site area is 2.54 hectares and the net developable area is 2.28 hectares and the density is 22 dwellings per hectare.
Thank you. And I know in your statement, Mr. Millard, that the density for the planning application is 30 dwellings per hectare. You've set that out.
That's correct.
as you said, is based on slightly more housing or more housing. Let's not use slightly or significant, or we had a little discussion about that yesterday. More housing and a smaller site. Okay, can I note that there have been some comments made as part of the representations about the allocation and the density that's been proposed, or the capacity of the site. I know there's some conflicting evidence, as in representations are saying the site is not needed because it's not needed to deliver the local housing requirements. But then again, there are representations, again, made by Kingswood Parish Council that are saying that actually this is not an effective use of the land because the 22 dwellings per hectare is too low. So I would just like to understand from Kingswood Parish Council's perspective, sort of, for you to add anything further on that, if there is anything further that you want to add. I'm just trying to understand, are you actually saying that actually a higher density is preferred because it would be a more effective use of land? If you're going to use this site, it should be a higher density, and what sort of density would be most appropriate? Or is that not what you're saying?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Just building on our hearing statements, we actually think that this location, it's quite a sensitive location. It's on the western side of the village. It's a gateway to Kingswood. It's a medium sensitivity in terms of landscape. We think that the current proposals would result in overdevelopment and would result in harm to the character of the village and the landscape. Whilst we think that you should make the most of the land available, we think that the proposals are, and we've also been sort of trying to make sense of the difference between the site allocation boundary, the SALA boundary, which was actually used to assess the site, and the applicant's current undetermined planning application for 54 dwellings. And as we set out in our statement as well, we think that the 30 dwellings per hectare that the applicant's proposing is too high, and we think that the SALA density that was used to do a calculation of potential capacity, which was between 20 and 25 dph, we think at the lower end of that, the 20 dph is far more suitable for this edge of village location. It is right next to the countryside. It will be pretty much the first thing that people see as they're entering the village, and I think that at the moment it would the impact of that would be quite severe in terms of people entering the village. And we've already touched on the sustainability of the village, which I won't repeat because we talked about that in other sessions. But I think that high density of over 100 people, residents being located in this edge of a village location, and then attempting to access services via a very narrow footpath along Wickwa Road just doesn't seem suitable to us, and we think that just in principle in terms of putting development here, but in terms of the actual capacity of the site, if it is allocated, we think needs to be reduced. And I think that really does manifest itself in the representations and objections from Stroud District Council itself, in terms of the highways objections from the county, which basically say that there isn't the roads that are proposed, it's not safe enough internally, and that more space needs to be given to sort of cyclists and pedestrians. But also in terms of the objections, that I understand there's still an outstanding objection from the tree officer, who feels that there needs to be much more open space and tree planting within the development. And these are all critical sort of elements to the design and sort of placemaking to ensure that it does fit well into the landscape setting, and it's a sustainable development. And just to your question in terms of the housing numbers, then we suggested in our representations that the number should be much lower than the 50, clearly much lower than the 54 than what the applicant has put forward. And we said somewhere between 34 and 42 dwellings if you were going to use the 20 to 25 DPH figure. But that, of course, doesn't include the eastern part of the site allocation, which also includes an access point closer into the village. So if that were to be removed from the site allocation, you're not only losing more land to work with, but you're also losing that important access point closer into the village along Wickwar Road.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Mr. Millard, please.
Thank you, Mum. I'll try to avoid getting into a debate about the current planning application that's with... Yes,
I know it's tricky. I know it's at the forefront of local residents' minds, I'm sure, but it's not before us, so we don't have it.
No, exactly. From a general perspective, in terms of the density, obviously the site assessment work that was undertaken to support the planning application is far more at a higher grain than that presented in the SALA, which Mr. Hayes refers to. The density and the scheme at the moment includes significant buffers around the boundary to allow for ecological protection measures and enhancements. We've updated the layout previously to respond positively to the comments from the council's tree officer and also the internal highway network in response to highways, and obviously there's no highways objections in terms of the safety of the access points and arrangements. And just on the general point about the first thing you see as you come into Wootton, without needing to go into the planning application details, the site is well screened and set back from the frontage of the highway. So I don't necessarily agree with Mr. Hayes's comments, but the density proposed reflects a better understanding of the site and responds positively to the constraints that are present.
Thank you. I suppose I wanted to now just sort of get into what the actual policy is saying and the policy wording.
Could I just come back on the points that Mr. Hayes has raised?
Yes, you can. Yes, I was just going to just move on and sort of, and then come to the council, because I think there's sort of additional questions, but by all means, Ms. Johnston, you can answer now.
I think it just, to explain the sort of evolution of the site and
that would be helpful.
Between
Thank you.
The site areas. So the allocation site comprises 2 SALA sites that went through the same process, SALA KIN 005, and which was in the initial round of sites considered from 2016-2017. And the assessment based on that site area and a density of 20 to 25 DPH gave a potential yield of 45 dwellings. The eastern part of the site, Kingswood 011, came in after consultation, certainly after one round of consultation. I think it was in the 2018 SALA, a smaller site area, same density, with a development potential yield of 8 dwellings. So that sort of gives you a rounded around 50, bit more than 50 for the combined site, with a density across that of 20 to 25 DPH. The SALA assessed 13 sites over the evolution of the plan. There is a landscape sensitivity issue within the village, and 2 sites went forward as alternative sites into the emerging strategy stage on the lower sensitivity landscape parcels, which were assessed as medium sensitivity by the independent landscape assessment piece of evidence. The allocation site was selected above the other site to go forward into the final plan, essentially because it is a self-contained parcel of land in a lower sensitivity area. It's self-contained by hedges, and the suitability assessment in landscape talks about it forms part of a wider land parcel considered as medium sensitivity to housing, but housing may be appropriate in the small fields just south of Wickwall Road and east of the wooded track, adjacent to existing housing and screened by existing hedgerows, which would need to be conserved and enhanced. So that's the evolution of the site, and it was considered both the best use of a self-contained landscape parcel and an effective use of the site. The alternative site was a smaller part of a wider land parcel, which would have had to have would have been a more contrived development, which also was being promoted as a bigger site. So those are the reasons behind the site moving forward.
Thank you. I have been to the site, so not on the site, but to the site. So I do understand some of the elements that you've explained in relation to the hedgerows, etc. I suppose I want to understand the highways concerns now, and in terms of the allocation specifically states that integrating the development into the landscape setting and highway safety improvements to access services within the village need to be issues to be addressed. And then within the supporting text, it says that off-site highway improvements will be provided to facilitate safer, accessible pedestrian and cycle access to key destinations in the village. So I suppose I'd like to understand whether those issues or those improvements, because you refer to them as improvements, so are those improvements necessary? Are they actually requirements, or are they just improvements? There's a nuance in the use of the term, isn't there? So it's that accessibility and that safe accessibility to services within the village. So can I just understand from the council's perspective that you consider that can be sufficiently mitigated, if you want to use that term?
Yes, so
I know you may wish to refer to the planning application, but obviously that's not before us.
Well, I think in terms of the allocation, for the allocation to be acceptable, the connectivity to the village and a particular issue within Kingswood that's been raised by the parish council and residents throughout the plan process has been the access to, in particular, schools, the capacity of the village school. In terms of the school, there is wider capacity within the education planning unit area for primary schools. However, access within the village is acknowledged and part of is acknowledged as an issue that needs improvement in the MADE Kingswood Neighbourhood Development Plan. So we have looked to, as part of allocating land on the edge of Kingswood, we have looked to bring forward some of the highway improvements that are set out in detail in the MADE Neighbourhood Development Plan. there are 4 priority pedestrian connectivity and access improvements listed in policy T1A of the neighbourhood development plan. And we think that the policy is looking to address some of these. There is also a policy in the neighbourhood plan about scalable contributions in line with any development that goes ahead. So to bring those improvements in association with the allocation or development that takes place in accordance with the allocation. And so they are set out in an adopted plan. And I think I go into those in detail in my MIQ response.
But they're not within the plan. Within this plan, and reference isn't made to the Kingswood neighbourhood plan in policy on supporting text.
But again,
I know the development plan is
yeah,
seen as a whole and should be read as a whole, but it's ensuring that the appropriate links are there to ensure that nobody misses that.
Yes.
Your response on that?
Well, I think the issue is it's more, there are a number of improvements, and it's potentially not reasonable to expect all of those improvements to come forward in association with one development.
No,
and it's almost it's the priority of the neighbourhood plan in a way to address which are their priorities at that stage of when development were to come forward. But it's a tool to bring in the highway improvements that have been identified as important to the village in association with development coming forward.
Well, it's the ones that meet the tests, isn't it? To make sure that they're relevant to the site, etc. And so yes, there may well be a wish list, but it's those that are relevant to.
Yes, and I think
still 1 to 2 tests, isn't it? So
yeah, I think again, linked to the issues about access within the village to schooling within and beyond, it's about facilitating safe routes from a.
When you talk about schools beyond that, there is an issue. So you're saying there is an issue of capacity within the village in terms of primary school. Is that correct, or have I got that wrong?
It's a constrained village school with limited capacity.
But you're saying there is capacity elsewhere?
Within the wider planning area of GCC Education Authority. So Kingswood is part of the Wootton.
So how would pupils travel to those areas? So I'm looking at the sustainability of the site now.
Yes. Well, in association with the proposals for the Wootton Charfield Kingswood Greenway will bring forward the safe cycling pedestrian route between Kingswood and Wootton. There is at the moment a path that leads to a pedestrian path that's used by school children from Kingswood to access KLB Secondary School, which lies, as you know, if you've been to the site, it lies partway between Kingswood and Wootton Under Edge. So children currently walk to school, to the secondary school, and pupils walk beyond to the primary schools in that location.
And what sort of distances are we talking about? Secondary school pupils is different in terms of distances.
Yes,
it was with primary school pupils and distances being able to be walked.
I think it is 2 kilometres or just over 2 kilometres, but it's less than 2 kilometres. It's less than 2 kilometres from the centre of Kingswood Village. So there were extensive discussions which I'm sure the parish council will support me on this. There was extensive discussions in the evolution of the plan about the schools and capacity and ensuring that there is reasonable access to school places within the wider planning area. There's a school, so Wootton Under Edge has 2 primary schools, and one of those schools is on the southern Kingswood edge of Wootton. Just if you were to travel from Kingswood past KLB Secondary School, Bluecoat Primary School is on the edge of the escarpment just next to the fire station. So if you were looking from KLB to Wootton, you would see the bottom edge of Bluecoat School playing field. The other primary school is at the other end of Wootton Under Edge.
So have you done a calculation in terms of the time that it would take to walk that route? Primary school level.
Yeah, it was considered reasonable at those meetings, the access to from Kingswood to.
Is there an indication of the actual time?
It would probably take you 15-20 minutes, I would say. It is, as you know, again, from being there, it is uphill to Wootton and downhill back to Kingswood.
Thank you. That's been really helpful, so thank you for that. Kingswood Parish Council, is there anything you would like to comment on in relation to the school situation?
I would just like to say the access to the school, I would disagree with Helen. We have a lot of parents who would say that the access to the school itself in Kingswood isn't safe due to the amount of traffic, the speed of the traffic, the lack of crossings. But to expect a primary school child to walk beyond the village to the Bluecoat School, I think is totally unreasonable, wouldn't happen. People would get in their cars. And if you see from our representations, and if you visited during the school pickup time, it is total chaos. We have parents come to us in tears that they dread their children going to KLB. Now that's secondary pupils. So to expect a child to walk on those narrow pavements with the double-decker buses whizzing by them, I think is unreasonable.
Reference has been made to this greenway, and that with this greenway coming in, then there would be safer access. Any comments on that?
The greenway, we are attending the regular meetings at the moment. That seems to be a stalemate with the link to Kingswood. There, at the moment, we are not getting anywhere. It's coming out quite nicely from Charfield to the Roundhouse. I believe we may have access directly up to Wootton, but to get that spear down to Kingswood is not happening. Landowners are not putting their land forward and not agreeing to it. So at the moment, that doesn't look like it's coming forward, however much we would like it to.
And even if something could be negotiated, it sounds like it would be some way off anyway.
Definitely,
because nothing is in progress now.
Nothing's being progressed now on it. And in actual fact, we did think we had a safe link on the Wootton Road, which encompassed some of the KLB school land, where they were going to widen the paths and allow the greenway to go there. KLB has now withdrawn that due to their own extension to the school, and a drainage bund is going in that place. So whereas we thought we did have an initial safe route up, we now don't.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add to what Mary just said? And there's another adjoining landowner as well, where we think there are potential sort of issues with them putting their land forward for access. So KLB, in addition to another large landowner between KLB and Wootton Under Edge.
I mean, I've got the comments in front of me. I've got your representations. Is there anything that the council, or well, the council in particular, would like to respond to in relation to Kingswood Parish Council's concerns about highway safety and the accessing facilities, whether it's into the centre of Kingswood or whether it's accessing schools, and that element of safety in terms of the width of the footway?
Yeah.
Anything further you want to add, or are you quite content with the comments that you've made?
No, I would add. So I think one of the crucial issues, as has been highlighted, is safe pedestrian access in Kingswood Village itself, and has been raised that, you know, children walking to school in Kingswood, there are issues. So that is to access the restricted Kingswood Primary School, which is at the heart of the village, where a lot of the problems are, where the current school is, traffic comes in from Charfield, Wootton, to the centre there where the school is. So there are traffic issues, which is why we have tried to facilitate alongside development of a site on the edge of Kingswood, but on the edge of housing development in Kingswood, to provide and improve pedestrian access within the village itself. This isn't about the safe access between Kingswood and Wootton. So beyond the heart of Kingswood Village, there is a segregated safe route set away from the Wootton Road for the children to use, and both residents in Kingswood and Wootton walk to KLB, both as a secondary school and as a village, more than a village, a sports facility. There are extensive, there's the sports hub at Kingswood, at KLB Secondary School. That is regularly accessed by people of all ages. And there is a separate footpath to that site. So what we're trying to do is improve and highlight the pedestrian connectivity improvements that Kingswood themselves have identified, and two of those are pedestrian crossing points, which would improve access to the primary school and to the facilities beyond the centre of Kingswood.
I'm just a little bit concerned that a lot of emphasis is being placed on this site delivering improvements, and it's about it will be a proportionate contribution. Yeah. And then how else will what other sites would come forward, or how else would those developments be funded and brought forward?
The current situation, you know, the Kingswood functions at the moment with those issues. The the development is considered a reasonable scale of development for a Tier 3A accessible settlement. It is considered that within that context, some improvements could come forward that would improve pedestrian access, but we're not saying there are footpaths on both sides of the road on Wickwall Road into the centre of Kingswood Village. You can walk safely from the edge of the site into Kingswood Village on a footpath. You can walk through Kingswood Village to the centre on a footpath at the moment. So we think that this is an appropriate scale site to a Tier 3 accessible settlement and will function as part of the settlement with the opportunity to provide some improvements to existing and proposed residents to the centre of the village and how Kingswood functions beyond towards Wootton. The Greenway is very much part of the local plan process, and there's a lot of political commitment, and there are ongoing discussions to deliver a very sustainable route between Wootton and Kingswood within Stroud district and beyond to Charfield and the station, and improve the linkages. There is a very strong linkage within those three areas, and KLB Secondary School is the sort of gap between Kingswood and Wootton, and the Sports Hub Foundation there too. So I think we are very confident that the Greenway will be delivered and will improve sustainable access to both Kingswood and the wider local area.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in Mr. Millard, and then I just have a question on the biodiversity element, because I know that Kingswood Parish Council have raised concerns also on open space, but I am aware that we're running out of time a little bit here, so we may just go over a little bit. Mr. Millard, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Just on the point we were just discussing, I think it goes back to the question you raised at the beginning of this particular conversation, whether these were requirements or improvements. And I think that kind of the summary that Helen Johnston has just set out is that they are improvements, and there is an existing ability to access, but these obviously can be improved, and where these are directly related to and pass the relevant tests in terms of the planning application, appropriate contributions can be made towards them.
Yes, I think you've made it clear in the submissions that you're more than happy to contribute to highway improvements. So there was no indication from myself that wasn't the case. It was I'm just trying to understand what the council and requirements are. I'm just trying to understand what the policy is trying to achieve, and whether it actually needs to set out anything more specific or not. Because there may well be a list in the neighbourhood plan as to what is required, but what is required from this development, it's not clear. So yes, you can refer to the neighbourhood plan, but actually then, okay, you've got a list of improvements. Quite rightly so, that's what's set out in the neighbourhood plan, it's set out in a policy. But what would be relevant to this site? I suppose it's just making that clear, really. Okay, can we just have I've got a question in relation to the open space, and I think it might be a question first for Kingswood Parish Council. Now, the Persimmon Homes has made it clear that they reference the provision of open space in accordance with the council standards. So from Persimmon Homes perspective, or what's set out in their statement. They say that open space will be provided in accordance with those standards, so not an issue. But Kingswood Parish Council, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I've read this in your statement, you've referred to the open spaces as being too strategic and not being local enough, and therefore it's not really setting out the open space requirements that are actually necessary for Kingswood, and that you refer to the need for that there is a deficiency in playing fields and there's a particular need for football and cricket. Can I just if you wish to comment on that, I'd just like to understand how that relates to this allocation. Are you stating that it's fine, the allocation providing necessary open space, but are you then saying, but there's still a deficiency, or are you saying this allocation should be providing playing fields?
I think we're saying there is still a deficiency.
Okay.
The Whitmore Road site is very close to the main playing field, and for integration, we would expect all the residents from that housing development to use the main playing field, and that is very constrained at the moment with usage. It's used by the school, it's used by the play group during the day. We have a big problem with sporting fixtures with the cricket club and the football club. Both of those are expanding with youth teams and women's football teams, but there is a conflict all the time over usage, and having more people coming into the village with more houses will cause more problems. We also have no use provision within the village, and again, we do not have the facilities within the village to provide those. We don't have capacity in the village hall, and we certainly don't have capacity to put a use provision in at the playing field. So I know that the council have been very keen that all playing field provision is in the centre, in the heart of the village, to allow for integration rather than having separate smaller provisions sort of on site of the development. But our current provision is very, very tight for the amount of usage from the village.
But you're not proposing that that this allocation should be amended to take that into account then? I was trying to understand what your comment was proposing in relation to this allocation. Are you saying that there should be a contribution, or that there should be something? Oh, you're on mute. Sorry, Ms. Leonard. Oh, that's fine. I can hear you now.
I think what we would like to see is something to extend the provision of the open space and the playing field. Again, we've tried to do that, but we are constrained. Again, most of the land around has got options on, so to try and extend the provision is very difficult. But we definitely need something along those lines, something looked at, because the current provision isn't adequate for the number of residents we've got now. And if we're increasing that capacity, then it just causes a bigger problem.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Council response? Anything you want to add on that?
Just to say that it's very difficult to provide specific use facilities within a development site that size. The site is within reasonable proximity, well, close proximity to Kingswood's playing field. I would also just draw your attention to the sports facilities at the Wootton Sports Foundation between Kingswood and Wootton.
Okay, thank you. I'll come to Mr. Hayes and I'll come to Mr. Millard. Mr. Hayes?
Thank you. Yeah, just on that point, I think it does raise the potential issue of the policy which states that there's going to be a master plan. And that master plan is going to be, I think, approved through planning applications, which is, I think, what we discussed in earlier sessions. But there are two sites, as we heard. There's the Persimmon site with an application in at the moment, which has a master plan. And then you have the site to the east. What is the approach there? Is that there's going to be one master plan covering the whole site allocation, which could actually deal with this issue like open space on a more holistic basis, rather than just taking the western site and looking at open space provision there. So there may be opportunities for more open space to come forward as part of that wider master planning, if indeed that eastern site is coming forward for development and going to be looked at as part of the whole master plan.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Obviously, we're looking at the allocation, not at the planning application. So we're looking at the soundness of the allocation, irrespective as to how the development comes forward in a DM, in development management, through the development management process. That would be something that the council will determine whether it's appropriate to have separate applications. That will be a process that the council will determine that, but that's certainly not part of our remit too. Obviously, we always hope as planners that sites come forward in a comprehensive manner. That's always the case. That's why allocations are made, to make that clear. But it will be up to the council to determine whether it's appropriate for separate applications be made as they go forward. Mr. Millard, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Just on the open space discussion that we're currently having, just responding to Mr. Hayes' point, first of all, I think we just need to remember the size of this site and the allocation area, and realistically how far it could go to address the concerns raised by the parish council in terms of, you know, what can be expected reasonably of a site, either the size of the application area or the allocated site area. And any contributions to it clearly need to be proportionate to the scale of development that's proposed. I understand Mr. Hayes' point about if the two sites were comprehensively planned, then they would integrate into each other, but Persimmon don't control that small sliver of land to the eastern boundary, and it is a relatively small and modest area of land, which would not necessarily change the fundamental overall provision of open space. The Persimmon scheme with the council through the planning application includes open space in accordance with standards and provides a local area of play as part of the scheme.
I wasn't going to have thank you, Mr. Millard, that's really helpful. I wasn't going to have a discussion or too much of a discussion in relation to biodiversity and landscape. I know that comments have been made about this. Again, we're looking at, and we need to ensure that there's a separation between the planning application and the allocation and what the plan is saying. The council has previously set out under the other site allocations its approach, that it doesn't specify exactly what is required in terms of biodiversity and landscape requirements, that those are set out in other policies. Now, myself and my colleague are considering the council's approach. We haven't given a direction that it needs to be changed yet, but we haven't agreed that it's the right approach. But that's all linked in with other site allocations. It's a general overarching issue that we are still considering. So I wasn't going to have a discussion about the specifics. I realise that Kingswood Parish Council, who are here today, have stated that specific requirements should be set out for biodiversity within that and in landscape terms, etc. Are there any further comments that anybody wants to just mention on that before we move on? I've got those comments, so and it's something that myself and my colleague are considering, whether actually these policies need to be much more detailed. So it's something that will be brought up when we consider that in ourselves. So, Mr. Millard?
Thank you. Just a general point, I know we've had this discussion on previous sessions, but I guess the level of detail and awareness of the biodiversity constraints or on a site obviously is something that is developed as a planning application progresses compared to the level of information that the local authority may have. And obviously ecological biodiversity features can change over time as well. And I think that from our perspective, there are sufficient policies in the plan that require applications to deal appropriately with biodiversity matters. I just think it's quite a challenging task for the local authority to be very specific on all the detailed biodiversity or ecological considerations for each site.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? I'm going to be moving on to deliverability in a moment and looking at the trajectory and what's proposed. So are there any other comments in relation to the wording of the policy or what's set out in the plan, where Kingswood Parish Council would suggest modifications or any changes for reasons of soundness? No? Okay. Okay, then let's look at the delivery then. Now, the build-out rate that's set out within the trajectory, which again was produced in December, so we are talking 6 months ago now. And I know that the council has changed, obviously, things move. So some sites have already been changed. Does this site, is the delivery that's set out realistic? We've got 14 dwellings this financial year and 36 dwellings next financial year that are set out in the trajectory. Is that realistic? I don't know if I need to come to Mr. Millard first, or whether it's Ms. Johnston.
Mr. Millard, I think.
Mr. Millard, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Obviously, 14 dwellings this financial year might be slightly optimistic, but
I was wondering that, yes.
I think in terms of kind of the short, medium, longer term, clearly this is a small site. Persimmon Homes are a national house builder, so there'll be full confidence that within the immediate 5-year period, this site will be built out.
So, council, anything to add on that from a development management perspective in terms of moving from your perspective of looking at the delivery of this site within the first 5 years of the adoption of the plan?
I think we would support delivery within the 5-year period.
Okay. Thank you. Other sites, we have discussed viability. I'm not going to be raising viability as an issue. It's not been raised as a particular concern at this stage. It's not been raised as an issue in terms of the infrastructure that needs to be provided as part of the application. So unless anybody tells me otherwise, I wasn't going to have a discussion on that. Mr. Hayes, well, I'll come to Mr. Hayes, then I'll come to Mr. Millard.
Thank you. Just in response to Mr. Millard's contribution, I think that's coming from his perspective, assuming that he would be delivering all of the allocation amount within his site. There isn't an application in for the eastern part of the allocation. There's no master plan yet prepared for the whole of the allocation site as well. So I'd just like to raise those particular points to say that I think there are still risks in terms of delivering within the next 5 years, and also the point about the greenway. So if this site is actually if the greenway needs to be in place for this site to come forward, there are deliverability issues around that, which we've already discussed in this session.
Thank you. Mr. Millard?
Just on the point of viability, Mum, just to confirm, there are no concerns related to viability. And in response to Mr. Hayes, I don't necessarily agree that the absence of the small parcel of land to the east and site prevents this site, the Persimmon application area, from coming forward. And I don't believe, or it's not been articulated to Persimmon, that the greenway is an essential component to enable delivery to take place at this site either.
Thank you. I certainly didn't get that impression from the councillor. It's not specified in the policy. So I will just go to the council to just clarify. I don't think, Ms Johnston, you were implying in any way that the greenway needs to be in place before this site came forward.
No.
Is that correct?
No, the greenway will increase the sustainability of the site, but it's not dependent.
It's not a requirement.
No.
To ensure that
the site is not
sustainable.
well located on the site is not itself directly related to the route of the greenway.
That was my understanding, but it's always best to get clarification. Thank you. Is there anything else that anybody wants to raise in relation to PS 38? Because I am going to draw discussions to a close. So please, if there is anything else, please raise them now. So we do have the representations. Mr. Hayes?
Just one final point, if I may. Just coming back on those points. We heard in the earlier sessions how Kingswood was selected as part of the Wootton cluster as the location to put all the housing requirements for the whole of the cluster. And this is all predicated on the fact that Kingswood has sustainable linkages to Wootton Under Edge, so it can access all of the services that are located there. So I do think it's important to look at the greenway in that context, because clearly that is what's trying to be achieved through that. And that's how this allocation actually arose, was through that that strategy that was taken of looking at the cluster as a whole. And this is one site taking all of the housing numbers, yet we're asked to sort of look at it in isolation from that wider strategy. So I don't think that's quite right, and I think it needs to be set within that proper context of the wider strategy for the cluster.
Thank you. I know that has been raised at a previous session as well about when we were discussing the sort of the wider strategy, and Kingswood sort of taking that amount of housing needs. So it's something we will certainly take on board and take away with us, and the additional questions and comments that have been raised today. So thank you very much for your contributions. We are going to take a short break before we move on to the next session, which is Matter 6E on the Gloucester Rural Fringe site allocations. We're just going to take a 10-minute break. So if Kingswood participants for the Wootton cluster wish to observe, you may, but obviously you may wish to just leave the session, because we're now moving on to the Gloucester ones. But thank you very much for your contributions. You've given us food for thought. Thank you. I'm going to then break. Can we be back then at 10 to 11, please? I know we're a little bit late, we're 20 minutes behind on our schedule, but hopefully we will try and pick that up. So be back at 10 to 11 and we'll start Matter 6E. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. If we can make a start. Hopefully everybody is back to start the session on matter 6E, which is Gloucester's rural fringe allocations. Excellent. Everybody's showing themselves, so I know you're there. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, everybody's coming on board now. Brilliant. Thank you. Now, I know most of you have been present in sessions before, and hopefully you've listened to the introductory elements this morning. If there wasn't anybody, or if there's somebody present who wasn't here this morning who heard the introductory elements, I can go through them again if you've not attended a session or watched a session before. So please just let me know if there is anybody who would like me to explain the process today. Please just put up your hand and let me know. So I wasn't proposing to do another introductory element, except we will do introductions, obviously. No? Okay, that's useful to know. Hopefully everybody knows the score by now. Well, my name's Yvonne Wright, and I've got my colleague here today, Victoria Lucas. Hopefully, oh, she's dropped off. Might have lost her.
I've just let her in. She's joined, but it's taking a little while for her to join.
That's fine. Okay, she's connecting now. Hi, Miss Lucas. I was just introducing you.
Hello. Apologies. I was having a slight issue, so I left and came back in again. Sorry, carry on.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure you were here, you were present today. Thank you. Myself and my colleague will be doing a bit of a double act today in this session. So where necessary, my colleague will come in with questions, etc. That's why we're both present today. And it will be the same tomorrow and for sessions next week as well. Can I go through the introductions then, starting with the council? I know you did introduce yourself earlier, but now that we've got everybody present for the matter 6E, if you can just introduce yourselves again.
Yeah, we also have some additional different officers now for this morning.
Okay, so if you can introduce them.
It's myself, Tom Ridley, the interim planning strategy manager. So I've got an echo. There
is an echo, yes.
Is there anybody in this room? I mean, is that gone? Sorry.
No, the echo's still there.
Okay. Well, I'm Tom Ridley, the interim planning strategy manager, and with me on the council, I have Conrad Moore, and I have Natalie Worley, and we also have Chris Carter joining us from ACON. I'll just raise Inspector. I know you asked this at various points. Natalie Worley is here to talk about heritage on G2, but she does need to leave today at 3 p.m. if that would be possible to when we do come on to G2 to... Well,
I was going to go through the agenda shortly, and fortunately G2 is first.
Oh, brilliant. That's fine. Thank you.
Hopefully that will alleviate any concerns. We wanted to do...
We're still here at 3. She'll, on that one, we'll have to leave.
No, we hopefully will not still be on G2 by 3 because we've got other sites to get through.
Thank you.
So, yes, we will not be on by then. So, great, thank you. So, sorry, so it's Conrad Moore, Natalie Worley, and who did you say from ACOM?
Chris Carter.
Chris Carter.
Transport expert.
Thank you.
Yes.
Great, thank you for that. Now, I am aware that Mr. Richard Graham is going to be attending the MP at 12:30, so we will... and he wants to talk on G2, or make some comments on G2. So Ms. Galancy, once you let me know when he attends, then I will obviously give him time to state his comments. Do we have a Mr. Gaze? I didn't see his name come up on here, but he's on the participant list. No. Sorry.
It was a mail. He emailed to try and...
Okay, so may not, because obviously, yeah, because we've had to reschedule these these sessions. Okay, thank you.
Apologies, Inspector Wright. I can see Mr. Coles has had his hand raised, and he's you're currently muted, Mr. Coles, so we can't hear you.
Sorry,
but
I've
just noticed he's been trying to come in for a while with a.
I do apologise. No, I do try and look out for hands, so my apologies, Mr. Coles. If you'd like to unmute yourself, or if Ms. Glancy can unmute you, perhaps, if that's possible. Yes, Mr. Coles.
Can you hear me now, please?
I can, Mr. Coles.
Thank you very much. I couldn't press the symbol on the window, which is very small, to make it unmute. Just to say that Paul Gaze is away on holiday. Unfortunately, can't make it today. I came back from holiday last night, so I should be the only one from the parish council here, or from the residents here.
Mr. Coles, okay, that's fine. Thank you. I know it was unfortunate, but that these sessions have had to be postponed and moved, but that's unfortunately unforeseen circumstances happen. So unfortunately, that's had to be done. Can I have the representatives for Taylor Wimpey, please?
Good morning, ma'am. Conor Flanagan of Black Box Planning. Ma'am, I have some colleagues with me this morning to assist you in case you have any questions on specific subject matters. So if I can just call those one by one to introduce themselves. James.
Hi there, James Darrell from TPA, obviously in regard to G2.
Dealing with transport matters.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Claire.
Good morning, Claire Banks from Origin 3, and I am dealing with master planning urban design matters.
Thank you.
Tom, please.
Good morning, Tom Cott from RPS, dealing with heritage matters.
Thank you.
And finally, Chris.
Hi, Chris Hill, Whiteleaf Consulting Viability.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Gloucestershire County Council, please.
Morning, ma'am. It's Nathan Trevor, the Highways Development Manager. I've got Claudia Curry, who's our transport consultant, and Louisa Seth Haywood concerning the local transport plan.
Thank you. And the representatives for Crest Nicholson, please.
Good morning, ma'am. Tony Clements from Nexus Planning, appearing on behalf of Crest. We've had Calibro, Stuart Choke, talking on transport matters, but unfortunately Stuart is on holiday this week, so it's just me.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure you'll do a sterling job. So if we have any particular queries and you're not able to answer them, and then we may have to do written representations or whatever, but hopefully we shouldn't need to get to that point.
No, thank you.
Thank you. National Trust, please. Didn't think I'd seen those. No. Representatives for L&Q Estates, please.
Good morning, ma'am. Nick Matthews from Savills, representing L&Q Estates, and I'm joined today by Neil Brandt from Neil Brandt Consulting, who will provide advice as and when necessary on transport and highways matters.
Thank you. And representatives for Redrow Homes, please.
Morning, ma'am. Emma Fortune from Carney Sweeney, representing Redrow Homes, who are promoting strategic site G1, land south of Hardwick. Today I'm joined with Tom Payne from PFA, who is the highways consultant for Redrow.
Morning, ma'am. Thanks, Emma.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the session who hasn't introduced themselves and would like to?
Morning, ma'am. It's Colin Danks here. I was taken off the session and put back on again last night. So I'm here representing Colthrop Farm, which is part ownership of PS30. Ma'am, can I just ask, is PS30 going to be discussed last, is it? Do you know, or when in the order?
Well, it depends on, well, that's what I was going to move on to next, was the agenda. We would like to do G2 first. Then we don't really have, it depends on if there are any restrictions that anybody has in terms of time scales. We are happy to move elements around. I was going to do G2, then go to G1, PS30, and then HAR 017, but we can move things around once we've done G2. So if, do you have time restrictions then?
It would depend. If G2 is finished before mid-afternoon, then there's not a problem.
I think we need to try and get G2 finished before lunch.
Yes, that would be good. And then there shouldn't be a problem because. But we could do PS30 straight after lunch if you've got issues. There's no reason, as long as anybody wanting to do G1 can. But I'm hoping that we will finish around 4 o'clock, 4:30 at the latest today. Yeah, okay. Mum, if there's a problem, maybe shout later on.
Just let us know, and we'll sort that out. It's probably wishful thinking but we do need to finish G2 before lunch. I have to try and get that through, and it will be clear as to why G2 may not take as long as maybe other sites potentially. Although we're still giving, that's still a 2-hour window. Although we will possibly be having another break. Let's just see how it goes. There were limited breaks yesterday, and I think we were all flagging. So I may just take a quick comfort break because it's always nice to just get out the chair for a little bit. Okay, so on that basis then, unless there are any other time restrictions that anybody has or any commitments that anybody must leave at a certain time, please just let us know as soon as possible. But
excuse me, Inspector, I had my hand up previously.
Sorry,
I'm going to be representing the council on Hardwick 17, G1 and G2, but there won't be an opportunity to carry on beyond today.
We're not proposing. We have to finish the sites today.
That's fine. I just thought I'd better say that because I know yesterday.
No, thank you for letting us know that. No, these have to be finished. We don't have any other time this side of the summer break to do any further sessions.
Thank you.
We've made that clear. We're struggling to find that any timescales. Plus, myself and my colleague need time to consider everything that we've heard anyway before we move forward. We do need to get through it today. So if all the participants can be clear that we are needing to do that, hopefully it will cut down on any repetition or any, just focus on our questions really. That's what all I'm saying is, and what we're asking and what we're trying to understand. That'd be really helpful. And hopefully we will get through everything in a timely manner. We will still be having an hour's lunch. I don't like to cut that short because it's actually necessary to just, for all of us, to have a proper break. So without further ado then, can we move on to G2? Now, we wanted to discuss this first. Now, we recognise it's not actually a site allocation. We've had this discussion before. My apologies, just bear with me. We've had this discussion before as part of previous matter about meetings, matter 3, meeting Gloucester's unmet needs, Gloucester City's unmet housing needs, and whether the principle of the site as being safeguarded land is soundly based. Now, myself and my colleague have not made a decision on that fact at this stage, but it is in the back of our minds. So taking that on board, we do not wish to, we're not going to be discussing that again. There's anything further that anybody can raise as part of that. That's something, we've got the evidence in front of us. That's something that we will be discussing later on. Sorry, excuse me. Mr. Matthews, you've got your hand up.
Yes, Mum, thank you for coming to me on that. I'm conscious of what you've just said about the meeting of Gloucester's needs and the safeguarding nature of the site in that respect. You'll be aware from our submissions and appearance, particularly on matter 2, that we have considerable concerns about other elements of the spatial strategy. You'll be pleased to know I'm not intending to try and revisit those, and I won't even mention the name of the location that we have particular concerns about. But our position in respect of safeguarding is not only that the site could potentially meet the needs of Gloucester going forward, but almost more fundamental, or first and foremost, that the site is a considerably more sustainable and deliverable location to meet the needs of Stroud.
Fully aware, yeah.
In place of the other location, which will remain nameless.
Yes, but we all know which one we're talking about. Yes, no, fully aware of your submissions, and that has been discussed previously. We're not going to go there again. We're not going to be discussing that. Myself and my colleague will, first of all, need to consider the approach, and we set that out in our previous session, actually, the approach towards this. We have a choice as to determining, based on the evidence that's before us, whether this site is sound as safeguarded land, and whether a safeguarded policy is sound, or whether actually it is an allocation, because it's referred to as an allocation in the policy. It's actually titled an allocation, but the council then makes it clear that it's not an allocation within the actual wording of the policy. So there is a conflict there. Whether it is necessary as an allocation, that is something else that is to be considered in the round by myself and my colleagues. We're not going to be going over those matters again because we have already had those discussions. We obviously have further discussions on the new settlements coming up to continue and complete those discussions. So that again will inform us on our next steps and moving forward with the examination. So, but thank you for just bringing that to the fore, Mr. Matthews. It is something we're fully aware of. Thank you. What I want to just start with is just not necessarily going to be following our MIQs, but the first question in our MIQs, the council didn't really respond to in quite the way that I thought they would. So I would just like to start with the council without them. And our first question is not about going back over why they've set out that they want this to be safeguarded to deal with unmet needs. I don't want a conversation about that. It's about if this is proposed as a safeguarded site and a decision on whether it will be allocated for development is going to be determined as part of a future review, then why is it necessary to go into so much detail on this policy? A safeguarded policy, and you don't know, and the council doesn't know whether it's actually going to come forward or not, based on what's set out in the plan. I recognise that other participants are saying it should be allocated, it should be meeting the district council's needs. That's a completely separate matter. The council didn't respond to that question. Why is it necessary at this stage, when it's just proposed in the plan as a safeguarded site, or is it, because it's actually written as an allocated site, why is it necessary to set out all of these specific requirements? You've got 22 specific requirements. So I'm just trying to understand from the council's perspective your thinking behind that, to try and understand the approach.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore, yes. We feel that we answered that question in 6E40.18 of the MIQs. And it was all to do with the timings of when the, well, it was called at that time JCS review, but it's JPS review now. And when that comes forward. So we presented in that paragraph to question G a number of options that we had considered and why we felt that this was the best approach.
But in response to our question, because this is what I'm trying to understand. In response to our question and your statement in response to our questions on G2, so moving away from whether it is necessary as safeguarded land or not, we're now looking specifically at the policy wording and what the policy is trying to achieve. So I'm still confused, and my colleague is still confused, over why, if this is just a safeguarded land policy, and we can go and look at the actual wording that's set out there, then why is it necessary to set out all of these specific requirements now, when it's not, you don't know whether the site's going to come forward or not, because the JPS, if that's what it's called now, hasn't been...
JSP, sorry.
JSP, sorry, yes. Joint Strategic Plan, isn't it? Because that hasn't been determined yet. Notwithstanding your comments about the council considers this is a perfectly sound safeguarded site, why is it necessary to have 22 requirements set out at this stage, when the site coming forward as an allocation would be as part of a review of this plan, and as part of that review you would then set out the policy requirements. So myself and my colleague are confused as to why you've gone down this route, and we just want to understand why the council's gone down this route of setting out requirements. Now,
we were essentially seeking to clarify what the requirements for the site, but since 2000, since the evolution of this plan, the timescales on the JSP have been changing radically. So we were looking at it as being safeguarded, but we did give the example of the Stratford-upon-Avon plan, which was similar, whereby it was effectively safeguarded.
Could I just add, Inspector? Mike, could you jump in?
Yeah, there's feedback going on. So
just turn your microphone off, please.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you. In terms of why we've prepared the 22 criteria in there, I think is for this site is obviously we don't know when this site may come forward, so we are safeguarding it. But what we're trying to do is ensure that if the site is released, it will go through the development management process, and that we will be able to assess it. And it's to ensure that there is good planning, that we can control how that comes forward. If we didn't have the criteria, then we're just ensuring that when it goes through the development management process, we can ensure that there's all the criteria that we need. That's why we've included it.
But again, it doesn't answer my question, and I may have to just move on. Okay. About the council. You've made it very clear in your submissions that this is only safeguarded. Therefore, it's not going to come forward from the council's perspective until the JSP has been adopted, because again, you make that clear in your policy. Therefore, I'm just trying to reconcile that why it's necessary to set all this out now, because first of all, you don't know what the unmet need is going to be.
Yep.
That hasn't been determined. You don't know whether it's going to be in this location. You don't know what, even if it was something was required in this location, you don't know what level would be required in this location. So you're setting out, so it could be, actually it's only required for 1,000 homes, for instance, just off the top of my head, not saying that that's the case. So you're setting out something that may not happen. So I'm trying to understand why why it's necessary at this stage. And I fully understand that Mr. Moore has referenced the Stratford case, and that information is before us, so we can certainly look at that in more detail. I'm just trying to think of the justification. I'm trying to look at the soundness tests and the justification for this based on the evidence that we've got now about this being a safeguarded site. And again, notwithstanding that other participants say, actually, it should be brought forward anyway as an allocation. We'll come to that, we'll come to the point of actually, is this an allocation or isn't it in a moment. I don't think I'm going to get any further on this point with the council, because the council you've made, I'm not sure I'm fully, still fully understand why it's necessary to go to this amount of detail when an application is not imminent, because you've said that this site will not come forward until the JSP is adopted and it's found that actually this is the site that needs to come forward. And then the council will do a review of the plan, and then the site will come forward, which is sometime off into the future, because I understand the GSP is it at Reg 18, or has it gone beyond that?
Yes, it's Reg 18.
Okay, so it's some way off yet.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll come to that, because I know that the land promoters and other participants in the room have different views on this.
Apologies, ma'am. Can I just try assist on that point, if I may?
Please, Mr. Flanagan.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, without putting words into Mr. Moore and Mr. Ridley's mouth, but I think that the council's position in developing this draft plan and identifying Wadden has always been on the expectation that the JSP would move forward to at least, you know, the Reg 18 stage, so there was that housing requirements and options put forward, so to give sufficient confidence. And that's why I think you've seen there's been a lot of work between Stroud District and Gloucester City in developing a detailed policy. So personally, I think the policy, you know, it tells its own story, that it's inevitable that the site is going to be required in our view. And that's why you're seeing the detailed policy within the Stroud plan, because we all know there's no conceivable way Gloucester can meet its needs without the site. Ma'am, you have our submissions on that. We refer to, you know, you've got in the evidence base EB 17 and 17A, which already carries out the options for growth. And that's not just that considered the whole of Tewkesbury Borough, the whole of Gloucester City, the whole of Cheltenham Borough, parts of Forest of Dean and parts of Stroud. So all sites have been looked at. And that determines, in terms of, that's the evidence behind why Wadden is in the Stroud plan as the best option for meeting Gloucester's needs. And finally, ma'am, I think it's important we and you've got this in our submissions, we just bring it back to soundness, because fundamentally that's what you're looking at. But the MPPF para 35, you know, to not cross-boundary matters should be dealt with and not deferred. But it's that, you know, we risk deferring this matter, which I just don't think can be right, in terms of we shouldn't be kicking the can down the road. And then further clarity in the PPG, ma'am, which is in paragraph 5 of our matter 3 statement. And I think I gave you that reference in the earlier session, so I won't repeat it now.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, no, the points that you've raised were raised in previous sessions, so thank you for the reminder, but I certainly don't want to have a discussion about the previous sessions. Okay, what I want to now look at then is the actual wording of the policy and the specifics that are set out. Now, as I said, there is a definite difference of opinion in terms of what's been put forward in some of the statements and some of the representations for this site. So, and there are particular issues that have been raised. Now, hopefully everybody, I want to start with heritage, only because it's at the top of my mind at the moment, because of the ongoing discussions that the council has had with Historic England in relation to their concerns and the issues that they raised initially as part of the representations that they've made. Now, they have produced, or the District Council and Historic England have been working together in trying to resolve their concerns. And I know they're not here today. They were planning on attending, but they feel that their concerns can be addressed through some modification, some suggested modification, change to the wording of the policy. But I still think it's important that we have a discussion to see whether actually that what has been put forward, and I recognise it's draft wording, and may well end up getting amended, modified even further, etc. We have concerns. We visited the site. So we have concerns in relation to heritage, particularly as regards the Grade 2 star listed church. So we would just like to understand from the council's perspective how the wording, the suggested wording, and I know it has been sent out, it's on the website and it has been sent out to everybody, how that rectifies the issues. So I don't know if the council just wants to start, because you've been having those discussions with Historic England. Not quite sure who would need to speak on that. And how it's come that this modification, draft modification, fully understand it's draft, alleviates the concerns that were raised.
Good morning, Mum. That's me.
Thank you.
To go right back to the sort of initial phases of when we were looking at the site and taking it through SALA, you'll have seen that our SALA Heritage Impact Appraisal, which is EB50, that's the 2017 appraisal, looked at a site called BRO002,
yes.
Which broadly accords with the area we're talking about. And right back then, those sorts of issues at a very sort of high level were identified. So the key views of the listed church, the relationship to the A and B, and the fact that there was sort of long views involved, and that the site has a potential impact on a really significant heritage asset, which is the 2-star Church of St Margaret. So we early on were confident that, you know, we've identified the sort of the issues and the potential for there to be impacts on those assets. As the sort of site progressed, and you know, we've seen master plans and policy wording has been finessed, I think we have confidence that it's possible to deliver something on site that can minimise harm and minimise impacts on the setting and significance of particularly the church. But we, like Historic England, were concerned that certainly the sort of the latest Origin 3 master plan that we've been also working with goes some way towards addressing those needs for sort of visibility displays and buffers, but we wanted to really kind of tighten up and explain that it's not, you know, that some of these key channel views need to be less tight, more generous, and where exactly the sort of key points were coming from. As a result of these sort of discussions with Historic England, we commissioned a heritage impact assessment, was it last year, I think, to really look at the site in more detail, and some of the recommendations in that is in the evidence in the library as EB 120, I think. That accords with our concerns and explains some of the ways that development could seek to mitigate potential impacts, and to be designed to help with some suggestions to sort of help explain and interpret significance through a heritage trail, which I know that the promoters have mentioned at some point. So all in all, with the evidence contained in the Heritage Impact Assessment and our SALA assessment, we worked with Historic England to address the concerns that they had set out in their statement, in our statement of common ground with them. And hopefully the wording that we've got, which, as I say, it is a first stab at it, helps to better highlight what those particular issues are, what the particular assets are, what the sorts of views and the types of impacts that might have on layout and design might be, whilst allowing future developers to have some flexibility in how that's delivered. And that is the proposed wording that we've put to this week.
And it's unfortunate that Historic England decided not to come today, because it would have been helpful to have had them, but we didn't. It was a decision that they made, that they felt that their issues had been resolved. I suppose we need to ensure that we are content in terms of soundness, that the issues have been resolved. How, in terms of the discussions around the listing description, which specifically references the setting and the landscape and its setting, I know we're focusing on the grade 2 star listed building, and I know there is a grade 2 is the farmhouse as well. But just focusing on the grade 2 star, I'm just trying to understand, because that forms part of the actual listing itself. So are you saying that, because the wording again is not very specific. So it's saying, and I recognise it's a first draft and may need to be added to, etc., to make it more specific.
Can I just jump in, Inspector Wright? I just from our perspective, just to sort of walk you through our sort of thinking on it. We walked through the churchyard, and we stood on that, and we looked out across the site, and it's in quite an elevated position, with the sort of the site stretching out below in lower fields. And looking at the listing description itself, it talks about a dominant tower in a flat landscape. So just in terms of the wording and how that might be addressed, it was that sort of, it's the relationship, isn't it, between that visual dominance of the tower and that flat landscape. So we've read the suggested wording and the thing about channeled views, and appreciate what you're saying about maybe nuancing it to make them slightly wider to sort of help. But that would be more from a point A to a point B. So it's getting that, making it appears from reading the listing description that it's more about the flat landscape as opposed to particular views from point A to point B. So we're just wanting to understand how the wording that's being put forward is going to address the potential impacts on that listing description. If that.
Yes. It's difficult, isn't it? Because I mean, it's a tower in an empty, but a rural flat landscape, and inevitably some form of development will always alter that setting. I think the policy is, never about repeating exactly what's in the list description, because clearly a list description, they vary greatly in their sort of levels of detail, and we always take the approach that just because something's not mentioned in the list description, it's not that it's not important. So anyway, I think the attempts were to really identify where those kind of key viewpoints are, that you really experience that sense of the tower within the landscape. So to highlight the fact that, you know, the long view from Nass Lane is really important, particularly with it juxtaposed against the form of Robbinswood Hill behind it. And another couple of viewpoints, like from the main, I can't remember the name of the main road, the B main road that goes through Brookfield and Wadden. And to try and create a framework where it will be possible to appreciate this, to still appreciate this from certain key viewpoints, whilst still enabling some form of development and built form. So it's the heritage impact assessment, the SALA assessment, and our conversations with Historic England were really about trying to identify where those key points are, that you can get that perspective. But yeah, I mean, it's a difficult square to circle, what the expression is, isn't it? You know, it is a landmark feature of a big empty landscape.
Can I just ask on that then, when you say that some development may be possible, what does that mean?
It means development that's sort of discreetly positioned and laid out to enable generous views and vistas to remain. So it's about, I mean, I don't want to put my finger on it.
And does that impact on the capacity of the site to deliver? It's proposed to be for unmet needs. So does that impact on on the developable area, taking into account heritage constraints? Is what I'm trying to get at. Or
well,
is
yes, it certainly would impact on the developable area. I think subject to sort of careful design, that may not be vastly different from what's shown in the Origin 3 master plan, with the caveat that there are some really critical areas that do need to be kept open. The key one being the sort of northeastern end of a splay from Nass Lane, sort of diagonally across the site.
I suppose we could sort of take your point about the viewpoint from Nass Lane, because that's sort of a particular view looking that way. The difficulties from the church, isn't it? Because that's such a wide panoramic view. There isn't really an opportunity to create a focused viewpoint from the churchyard itself if you stood looking down into the site.
No, point taken. I think there is, I mean, I think our SALA assessment makes reference to a sort of, the land does undulate slightly, and there is a ridge slightly to the west of the hamlet and the church. And the SALA assessment suggested that development could, you know, the best option would be to develop built forms to the west of that. But I mean, I maintain that there may well be ways of designing it that can get that feeling and that impact without necessarily saying that's the cut-off point, that ridge is the cut-off. It's a very, very gentle ridge.
Inspector Lucas, do you have any further questions on that?
No, sorry, thank you.
That's okay. No, just come in whenever you need to, please. Okay, I want to open it up then to others who want to talk. I've got Mr. Coles, you've got your hand up, and then I will go to Mr. Flanagan, Mr. Matthews. So Mr. Coles, please. You've got your mic off. You've got your mic off. Can't hear you.
You, the phone rang and I was muted. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Don't worry. Happens to us all, Mr. Coles. Don't worry.
It's fair, you know. For your information, I'm sitting here looking at the church at the moment. I live at the church cottage. Excuse me. One of the issues which the parishioners here, the people living here want to know is whether this 250 metres is taken from the building or from the boundaries of the churchyard. We have a graveyard going to the south, which is one of only two graveyards in the south of Gloucester which is taking burials. There's one in Hempstead and there's one here. And it's a busy churchyard and we have a lot of people coming here. On top of that, the church owns part of the land in the field behind it, between this graveyard and the farm buildings, which it acquired about 30 years ago as an extension to the graveyard. So we have a further 60 feet or so extending into the field. It's shown on the plan as not belonging to the site. But the intention, I've been told by the church, is to take the hedge down and extend the graveyard into what is now the field to cope with the extra demand that's coming from not only the existing residents of this Gloucester area, but also any new housing behind me. So I'd like it to be understood, where does the 250 metres get taken from, please?
Councillor, you respond on that?
Sorry. We have worded this as approximately 200 metres around the church, which I think we have envisaged as the church building. But yeah, I mean, it is an approximation, 250 metres as opposed to 100 metres or 300 metres or 400 metres. It's an approximation.
And how was that distance determined?
Really looking at well, obviously having experienced the site in person on foot, but largely through mapping, measurement and mapping.
Okay, in what sense? In terms of, I'm trying to think about the significance of that buffer in relation to the significance then of the heritage asset. So can you just explain that to me so I just have a better understanding?
We felt that 250 metres provides, so let me just measure it on a map. Bear with me for a second.
No, that's fine.
For example, 250 metres takes us almost to Court Farm. It takes us to the very edge of the Court Farm, sort of the older buildings of Court Farm. And a radius around that also brings us more or less to that ridge that I spoke about, approximately. So it's creating a sort of visual envelope that takes in the gap between the church and Court Farm, and it takes in the sort of the lower, the flat landscape sort of to the southwest and west. So it takes in, you know, it's not a scientific thing, but to our mind, that that buffer, that measurement approximately takes in some of the key aspects, the key sort of landforms and other features of buildings and the landscape that would help to give the church breathing space.
No, it's useful how you're thinking around how you come up with that 250 metre buffer element, and it's approximate. I recognise it's approximate. It makes it clear in the supporting text that it's approximate. Mr. Coles?
May I also ask this question? The field opposite, on the opposite side of the churchyard to me, is what we call Church Field, where I know Mr. Flanagan has showed it to be part. It will be part of it will be used for the intermodal transport, whether it be a park and ride or a bus park and ride. I'm not sure what it's going to be, but Miss Wally referred to some sympathetic building within the zones we're talking about. Are you saying that there will be some development permitted within that immediate 250 metre buffer, or were you referring to the visibility splays going down to Nast Lane? Will you be allowing any kind of development within the 250 metre radius?
I mean, you could imagine, for example, a small shelter or something. I mean, it really just, for example, if there were allotments, if it was public space, there could be a small building that was a sort of small community space, you know. But really, it's about a buffer that gives a sense of openness and a sense of undevelopedness. It's not necessarily saying there must not be a single structure within that space. The principle is about keeping a sense of rural landscape. So, yeah, there may be situations where development of some form, and development is a wide, category, that could be acceptable if it's to be designed. I mean, these are things that would be determined at a really detailed level at development management stage. So what we don't want to do is necessarily prohibit something useful and sensitive happening within that buffer or the visibility splays by sort of simply saying absolutely no development of any sort whatsoever. But ensure that the reason for that buffer being there and the intentions behind it is clear, so that that can be interpreted through layout and detailed design at development management stage.
Okay. If I can bring in, well, I'd like to bring in Mr. Flanagan and Mr. Matthews. So Mr. Coles, if you can just turn your microphone off, and then if there are anything else that you want to come in on, then I will do that. I'll just bring in my colleague first.
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. So when you're talking about some development could happen within this buffer, are you saying you would envisage that would be for community uses, things like that?
I mean, it could be. I don't know whether it would be appropriate to specify that. I don't know whether it's important for that to be a community space or not, but the important thing is its landscape impact and on the setting of the church. And that could encompass a range of types of uses. But certainly the way that the master plan has evolved and the sort of indicative plan that we've shown in on page 160 of the submission draft, it's envisaged as sort of green infrastructure use and sort of open space use, as opposed to, the school or the
I suppose I suppose the difference is in the supporting text. You refer to a green buffer on the western, southern and eastern edges of the development, and then you just refer to a buffer of approximately 250. So that's where there's a lack of clarity. Is it a green buffer? Is it a green buffer plus potentially community uses relevant to a green buffer, i.e. allotments, and there's a degree of, there can be a degree of issue around allotments. There's a lot of paraphernalia that goes along with allotments that may not be appropriate in a rural setting. So it's finding out. So it's trying to ensure, what do you mean by a buffer? If you don't mean a green buffer, it's whether it needs to be defined as actually what this buffer is there for. And I understand the council not wanting to, to put a complete moratorium on development, because you don't know what may be able to come forward. But I suppose it's just providing that.
It is. It's about being clear for what the purpose of it is, and therefore what those limitations might be. But you're right. I mean, I think green buffer. The preceding sentence does say green buffer, and there's no reason why that shouldn't or wouldn't say it buffer around the church as well. Green buffer.
And then you're starting to get into the discussions about what is meant by what is a buffer then. But if it's linked with the significance of the heritage asset, that's it provides a different slant on that, because it's about its significance, but its significance is not just about the building. The significance is about its setting in the landscape. So that's the nuance, isn't it? So it's whether there is additional wording needs to be placed there. And I know that, again, this is only a draft. Again, I will bring others in, because we're obviously having a discussion about this, and we do need to move on. We will need to move away from heritage in a moment, because we do need to move on to other matters. I'm going to bring in Mr. Flanagan.
Thank you, Ma'am. I just think on this, just listening to some of the discussion there, we're slightly at risk of trying to pin down a development management judgment as opposed to a development management policy. So by being so prescriptive with the buffer of 250 metres, we're applying that judgment. And I'm not sure we've got the detailed evidence before us to say with certainty that a 250 metre buffer is the appropriate response to the church. I think that's. So
what would you like to see then in terms of what?
Yeah, so I think the policy, and we've only had this overnight, we haven't managed to consider it as a design team, and Mr. Kopp and Ms. Thanks might add something to this. So we will need to take it away, and we'll make reps through modification stage, obviously. But I think the policy, what we're really after here, and no one disagrees, it's not in dispute that the value of the church as a heritage asset and that its setting needs to be dealt with appropriately. That's not in question at all. What we really need is just a policy hook to make sure that, should development come forward, that the church and its setting is afforded appropriate protection. And I think that's what we potentially have in the draft wording that's been put forward, but then it's the accompanying text which applies a stringent 250 metre buffer. Like, do we know that's exactly the right approach? Does that deal with, we've heard from Ms. Wally's explanation, which is helpful, but the HIA by Border Archaeology, that complemented our approach to 150 metre buffer, and its recommendation was that may be extended. It didn't say it should be extended to 250 metres. We've gone from 150 to 150 in terms of our proposal, what our master plan is showing. And we're not saying that's right, but it is evidence, as Mr. Kopp will explain. And we're jumping from that to 250. So I think we've got an issue with the justification text or the accompanying text to the policy, with that being so prescriptive. I'll ask if Mr. Kopp or Ms. Thanks wants to add anything. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Anything that your team wishes to add?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Just
Mr. Kopp,
want to build on what Mr. Flanagan said, and particularly go back to some of the questions Inspector Lucas asked about how you can and should respond to the setting of the church and try and, I guess, retain that dominance in the landscape. What we've done through the master plan development process, which was informed by a detailed assessment of significance, numerous site visits to understand the setting, is really looking in detail about how we can respond to the setting, and it's not just about retaining individual views or vistas, but the master plan has been developed in such a way to have extensive open space throughout and within development parcels, to keep partly the rural approach to the listed building, as well as those views and views across. So it's not, to my mind, about having individual snapshots. Those are helpful, but also broader views to the church. And having those large open spaces integrated and embedded within the master plan also helps to retain some of those views back from the church into a part rural landscape. The other point in terms of the kind of this discussion on buffer, open space, etc. Again, the open space that we identified has been informed by views, but also the topography in particular. Because as Ms. Wally was describing, you kind of have the church on this plateau, which extends partly out into the allocation land and then drops down slightly. So we were looking at responding to that in particular and those contours. So that's why we have particular concerns about this 250 number, because actually in some areas it may be necessary to go beyond that. Some it will be significantly less than that potentially, but it should be about the conditions on the ground rather than a number, we feel, and how that responds to the topography. And that will also, again, assist in softening views out from the church, in retaining the isolation of the church and the experience of it within a rural setting, and retaining its dominance in the landscape. And again, there's possibly taking it a step further than we need to go at the moment, but having those kind of principles identified now and embedded means that we are clearly responding to the significance of the church. We're retaining those key elements of its setting that contribute to significance. And it also gives us the kind of building blocks, if you like, to then provide more detailed design in terms of planting, in terms of what that development on the edge of that looks like and the densities, etc., when we get further down the line.
Thank you. That's really useful. I think the council, obviously this is a draft and it was only it's only been available. The council actually didn't want to submit it to us because they wanted to try and get something more substantial in place first before it was submitted. But because of this session coming up, I thought it would assist actually discussions rather than have something then come forward that may have been agreed between Historic England and Council, but then it opens up a plethora of queries from everybody else. So I think it's been really helpful, and I'm sure that Miss Wally will take those sort of, those elements away and have a discussion with Historic England on that aspect. Mr. Matthews, I know you've been waiting in the wings to, is this on this point as well?
Yes, it is, Ma'am, and I can be fairly brief with it. I'm not a heritage specialist. I'm a humble planner, but I've been involved in a number of these sites over the years, which have obviously involved heritage assets, as you'd expect. And it's always very difficult at the plan making stage to go into this sort of level of detail around the impact of potential development on heritage. So the approach that I've always adopted is to look at it from almost a layering process, that at the plan making stage, we need to have the confidence and comfort that a development broadly of the scale proposed is achievable on the land identified for that development. And I took a great deal of comfort from the Historic England response and from what the council have said this morning in relation to that. So I think that for me gets over the first hurdle for the plan making process. It's then for the much more detailed work associated with the outline application and subsequent reserve matters to then layer up that and to ensure that the parameter plans that are prepared fully respect and address the sensitivities of the heritage asset. And that's not just about how far away development is and buffering, but also what's happening in the intervening part of the site, the landscaping strategy, how all of these kind of matters interrelate to one another. Is something at a level of detail that can only really happen at that development management stage. And then subsequently reserve matters will need to then pick up on those principles and ensure that the absolute detail works in accordance with that, so that the impacts are minimized as far as possible. So I just wanted to express where I was coming from with it, and where I feel we now are, given the comments that have come back from Historic England and the fact that they feel comfortable and confident that they don't need to appear today to make any further comments in relation to the site.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. I mean, this comes back to our initial question about whether it's even necessary to have any requirements set out in the policy, which was what we set out in our first element, as this is only a safeguarding policy. And then if requirements are required to be set out because either we decide to agree that as a safeguarded policy requirements are necessary, it's how far those elements go within it, or we decide that actually it should be an allocation, or it should be removed from the plan. These are our options that are going around our heads at the moment, and we have several options. I think it's, as I said, the discussion here on the heritage aspect, I don't want to take it any further. I think it's just been very useful to have brought that to the table because, as I said, myself and my colleague will need to go away and consider, once we've finished today's sessions and the rest of the site allocation sessions, to actually go away and consider all of the evidence that's before us in relation to this site and make our direction as to where we go from here with this particular allocation. And so on that basis, I'm not proposing to have any further discussion on the heritage side, unless, Inspector Lucas, is there anything further you wish to query on heritage?
No, I'm content, thank you.
Thank you. That's been a really helpful conversation, to be fair. It's just clarified a couple of points, so thank you for that. And I recognise it was in draft, so it was never meant as a this is definitive. So thank you for that. What I would like to, just bear with me, I'm just going to check. I'd like a discussion. I think I'd like to move on to transport. So I know that's the other bigger sort of issue that has been raised, particularly into relation to the evidence that we've got. Just bear with me. And then I recognise that that some of the land promoters in the session also have concerns about particular wording that's set out within this policy as it currently stands. Whether we need to have a discussion about all of those, we may be able to pick out a few that are particularly relevant, but we have the evidence in front of us. So we can certainly determine whether what the land promoters are saying is based on appropriate evidence, and amendments need to be made and modifications need to be made. Now, in terms of transport, and again, don't want to go into too much detail on this, but I want to try and understand from the council's perspective, and then obviously the county council's perspective coming in on this, and the council may wish to go directly to the county council first of all. I just want to understand, and I recognise the evidence in relation to the statements of common ground that have been produced on transport matters, and there's a statement of common ground with Stagecoach in terms of bus provision and bus measures that can come into play. I just want to understand any particular concerns around transport. So I don't know whether the council or the county council wants to come in on that particular aspect. Mr. Drover?
Thank you, ma'am. Excuse me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Mr.
Good
Cox,
morning.
can I just ask you to just turn your microphone off?
Oh, unfortunately, I can't inspect. I've just sent a message to Charlotte to do so. I don't have a function.
That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. Thank you. Mr. Drover, sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, you've got a statement of common ground, SLP AP 004, which hopefully should speed things up quite a bit. The County Council have two main issues with G2. The Statement of Common Ground acknowledges that there's good potential for sustainable transport links, walking, cycling, public transport. They could be addressed, and that's set out in the Statement of Common Ground. What we mainly have concerns about is the accessibility of the site caused by the severance of the railway line. So, and the second point is about St Barnabas roundabout. So, but they are linked. So, dealing with the accessibility issue, it's the site shockingly is bottom of the SALA accessibility scoring list, and I had to do a double take, and I got the consultants who developed that list to check it. It's bottom of over 400 sites. And the reason for that is obviously the size of the site, and the modeling software picks a centroid within the site, and then it assesses walking and cycling. Unfortunately, because of the size of the site, the software routed everything via Stroud Road to the east. I did ask the consultants to test it moving the centroid nearer Nas Lane, the Victorian Tunnel, and that improved the score by about 7 places. So, and the reason for that is the rail line is a massive barrier. It's about 1.3 miles between Grange Road and Nas Lane. So it's a large impermeable barrier to movement. And what seems to happen with the software is it gives 3 scores, 1, 2, and 3, and then if you have the higher score, your accessibility is worse. So if you can travel in 0 to 15 minutes, you get a score of 1. If you travel in 15 to 30 minutes, you get a score of 2, and greater than 30 minutes, you get a score of 3. So unfortunately for this allocation, even if you move close to Nas Lane, you're still, or close to Grange Road, you're still a very, very long distance away from destinations to the west of the railway line. And it scores 3s in all those categories, which pushes it down to the bottom of the list. So GC's preferred approach is to promote low traffic neighbourhoods as a mean of encouraging walking and cycling, to optimise internal trips, and deal with the severance of the railway with a secondary crossing of the railway line. And we felt that would be fundamental to addressing the second issue, which is the off-site traffic impact. So that's 3,000 units are going to generate a phenomenal amount of traffic. The most direct route into Gloucester is through St Barnabas roundabout to the north, and that has severe capacity problems, is one of our accident hotspots. So I won't go into the detail of the traffic modelling unless you want to today. It's all covered in the Statement of Common Ground, but just to summarise, what happens is a lot of the traffic diverts onto roads to the west of Stroud Road, and also circulates around to the east and into Matson, into Gloucester. And the developers, the promoters have tested an intervention at St Barnabas roundabout, and that reduces the harm. But it's the County Council position that we've not agreed that for reasons which are set out in the Statement of Common Ground, and our preference is to deal with mitigation at site firstly, and then move into dealing with the off-site impacts afterwards. That's a high-level summary, and I'm conscious there's a lot of interest in St Barnabas roundabout, and I do have the detail if anyone wants to talk about traffic modelling, but it is covered in the Statement of Common Ground.
It is. I suppose I want to come to the aspect of, obviously you've got agreements in the Statement of Common Ground. It makes it clear that the scheme of off-site highways has not been agreed. And and there are concerns that have still not been resolved, I suppose from our perspective, we just need to know whether the site is deliverable and whether the issues that you've highlighted are resolvable. And then it comes down to then exactly what is required and then whether that's viable and deliverable. So whether there's a realistic chance of, because we need to also look, although this isn't an allocation, safeguarded land, it's no use being safeguarded land if it can't be delivered for transport reasons, because the transport reasons are so severe. So I suppose I need to understand that. Are these, I just want to understand what you mean by, to just have a better understanding of what it is you're looking for.
That's great, ma'am. Yeah, I didn't want, I know you're on the, yeah,
the specifics.
Yeah, you've got time pressure. So, so the statement of common ground sets out that we've agreed that the at-grade level crossing of the rail line is unsafe and it would be closed if residential development came forward on the proposed allocation. There's an existing Victorian rail underbridge at Nas Lane, which would afford some level of walking and cycling between Huntsgrove, Kingsway and the proposed allocation. And the promoter has a mitigation scheme in there to signalise this, to provide some bus priority. You may have heard the phrase modal filter. But it's the County Council's view that the Nas Lane facility is not attractive and is not a safe route. It's too narrow for high levels of pedestrians and cyclists to navigate with large vehicles. And that reinforces our view that there's a need for a second pedestrian or cycle crossing of the railway line to deal with the severance. And that would improve links to Kingsway, the existing local centre in Kingsway, and all the employment uses which are listed in the statement of common ground. The facility itself, there's been discussion about Buckingham Walk and Daniels Brook location. I mean, we had no particular preference at this stage, local plan allocation stage. I was just trying to get a requirement into that list of 22 items now. I suppose it's ambiguous enough at the moment because it talks about improved access, but we subsequently received a statement of common ground with Stroud, and that explicitly says that Stroud don't believe that a further crossing of the railway line is necessary. So hence I think we need to iron it out. So the promoter does have serious concerns about the third party land constraint and the cost. So there's so third party approval and viability need to be borne in mind with this crossing. So during our negotiations, Gloucester County Council volunteered to act as promoter. So we do it quite often on large regeneration schemes where there are cross-boundary land ownership issues. And with the county council involved, you've got a reasonable prospect of it coming forward. But the promoter, and I'll let them speak for themselves, so they still believe the cost and deliverability issues are prohibitive. And costs being, I suppose, if we'd been in a position to understand the Junction 12 infrastructure costs, I know it's in the IDP, and the St Barnabas infrastructure cost, and a further crossing of the railway line infrastructure costs, whatever it is, then we probably would have been able to advance those discussions about viability a bit further. But there's a big question mark over Junction 12 still, so I don't think we can do that. But yeah, the county council would like to get to a position where not just the severance of the railway is dealt with, but a more ambitious vision for containing trips on site as well, planning for the car to be less convenient, walkable neighbours, and the offer in the 22 requirements is talks about high quality walking and cycling links, but I don't think it goes particularly far in helping to contain trips and minimise the need to fix St Barnabas. It will need fixing, there's no doubt about it. But and then turning to the St Barnabas. Sorry, go on, ma'am.
Well, I was just going to ask before you move on to the roundabout, the St Barnabas roundabout. Are you saying that from the county council's perspective, that the provision of a new bridge over the railway line is a requirement, or should be set out as a requirement in the policy? Or are you saying you're still open to negotiation on the approach that the promoters or the council, because obviously the council is saying no, it's not necessary, but so I'm trying to understand, because there's a difference of opinion here, isn't there? And then the promoters are bringing forward the Nas Lane and then the underbridge, and you're saying that's not acceptable, or that's not a good enough route. So I'm just trying to understand, are you saying it should be a requirement?
Yes, I am, yes. The promoters, again, they can speak for themselves, are saying that they provide enough service destinations within to the east to provide for internalisation. But I mean, the site might take 10 or 15 years to build out, and anyway, well, we won't go into the details of what could or couldn't be provided in that local centre. There are a lot of employment, education, and other service destinations to the west, which would make it very attractive to users to the east of the railway line to access, and vice versa, of course, once the secondary school and the other primary schools come to the east of the railway line. So I think it is very important. On the St Barnabas, so the traffic modelling, the statement of common ground sets out the queue impacts with and without the development and mitigation. It shows that some of the traffic diverts onto Furwood Drive and Epney Road. That's about 150 vehicle movements in the peak hour, and then onto Epney Road it's about 100 vehicle movements in the peak hour, and it shows a lot of traffic circulates to the south, onto Upton Lane and Winnicroft Lane to access via Mats, and effectively, as the queue gets too long, heading north into St Barnabas, the model shows that traffic diverts around to the south. So the promoter tested a range of solutions. Their preferred option is to replace the roundabout with a signalised junction within the highway limits. So that obviously various implications if there were third-party land requirements there, and that does mitigate some of the impact. That scheme requires a left out only from Reservoir Road that would operate under signal operation, and the reason for that is a Reservoir Road would under the signal arrangement would induce rat running traffic through it, so we have to signalise the end to control it, and it's a very unpopular proposal, suffice to say. That Reservoir Road is left out only, but it might be the only way to solve some of the problems at Reservoir Road. So the scheme's not been agreed. In the County Council's view, the sustainable transport options at the site should be advanced to support non-car mode share targets and reduce and avoid the need for off-site highways mitigation. The proposed signalisation scheme that's on the table doesn't perform well. This is there's a local transport note, 1 of 20, deals with cycling, and there's a junction assessment tool. In the County Council's opinion, it doesn't perform well. The promoter has a different view. They think it's, and I would agree, it's certainly better than the roundabout. There are much better interventions from active travel, from an active travel perspective, but they make the queues longer. You may have come across Cyclops roundabouts, which have a walking and cycling phase, and they certainly not particularly attractive for drivers. But now Active Travel England, I think they're a consultee from June, so I expect to see more weight given to, less weight given to drivers and more weight given to the active travel infrastructure going forward. But anyway, that summarizes our position. We would have liked to have solved it at site, but we recognize that there'll be a big bill for a new bridge over the railway line, and there's actually a cost implication for walkable neighbours, because if the car becomes less attractive and you don't have 2 parking spaces on your drive, the residential unit becomes less marketable, and so the walkable neighbours typologies aren't particularly supported by the volume house builder. So that's another big barrier to reducing traffic at the source.
And I'm assuming at this stage, what discussions have been had with Network Rail? It's notoriously, let's just say, long-winded, trying to get, infrastructure, anything to do with railway lines, from my perspective. So have there been any discussions with Network Rail at all?
The promoter has. I'll let the promoter speak for themselves. We haven't directly, but we are the normal pattern where they're shutting a level crossing. The regulatory process for shutting a level crossing means that we have to consider all users and make an equally commodious, or try to make an equally commodious route. So we would be drawing parallels with other sites. What normally happens is we ask Network Rail to make it easier in terms of economic financial impacts with air rights and things like that. If a footbridge is delivering a reasonable alternative, it makes it easier to shut the existing level crossing. So that is the preference. We haven't discussed it with them directly, but I would agree with you. The success rate on growth areas tied to rail projects is very, very problematic. But that's why, recognising that's why GCC have stepped in and said we're going to act as promoter for it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Does anybody else wish to comment on what Mr. Drover has said? Mr. Moore, I know you had your hand up earlier. Was that in relation to something else, or?
No, I was going to ask that our transport consultant come in and sort of address some of the issues relating that have been raised by Mr. Drover. And then obviously the site promoters can also contribute to that
I want
discussion.
To hear the other side, yes. Do you want your transport consultant to come in now, or would you prefer to hear from I've got Mr. Flanagan's got his hand up, so if I can get one, do you want me to get one of the site promoters in first and then see if there's anything that your consultant needs to add?
Could we see what Chris wants to do? Sorry, I know Chris is on the call. Chris, would you prefer to come in now, or do you want to come in after?
To be perfectly honest, I don't mind, but I think possibly the best approach is to allow the site promoter to start, and I will add any position. I mean, suffice to say that Stroud's position from a high-risk perspective on this site is that it is deliverable and the issues are resolvable from a transport perspective. But I can add to that after.
Okay, let me bring in Mr. Flanagan then, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Carter. Okay, Mr. Flanagan, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll ask Mr. Darrell to take the baton on this one. Obviously, just probably important to say from the outset was we're not proposing a crossing, the additional crossing Mr. Drover is seeking, and we object to it as a requirement. And we don't think it's evidenced. It's also important to point out that if the county did want to pursue that as an infrastructure project locally, the master plan for the site, of course, could be conducted in a sense that didn't prejudice that coming forward. It's a large site, so effectively we wouldn't prejudice its delivery, but we are certainly not proposing it. And I'll ask Mr. Darrell to take it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So there's quite a few points that Nathan raised there. I think the best thing to do is just take it in the order that he raised them. So in terms of the first point, it was about Salah. Well, that doesn't take into account cycling as a mode of transport. So it's just walking and buses. And obviously for a larger site, that's going to penalise a larger site quite significantly because you're sort of outside of the 400-metre buffer to get to a bus stop. Obviously, there's no bus stops on Nass Lane, so if you take the access down to Nass Lane, you're a bit further away from bus stops as well. So, and again, it doesn't take into account cycling. So really, when you look at this site, you need to look at it in terms of what it's providing. And obviously, we've got the Stagecoach Statement of Common Ground, and this orbital bus route that connects up the eastern side of Gloucester City. Stagecoach were very, very, very keen and excited about that idea, because at the moment that's not provided, and only this development can provide that. And the effect of that will be to actually push more people onto bus modes, and obviously that could then reduce traffic through St Barnabas just like that measure alone. So I would say whatever happens, that needs to be included in the policy, because it's just vital for this site, but also for Gloucester City. In terms of the bridge itself, we've looked at several locations across the line there, and the railway line is raised up on an embankment. And so you need to get over that embankment. The railway line is quite wide as well, and then it lands on the other side where there's lots of trees, and there's also some suds and things like that. So we're worried that there would be quite a big environmental impact of putting a bridge up. In terms of the costs, we've estimated the costs at around 10 million. So, you know, the cost is quite high as well. And then in terms of the benefits, I don't think it provides additional benefit over the improvements that we've proposed on Nass Lane. So in terms of the amount of people that would be, well, if I start from the sort of distribution, when you look at the population, daytime population data, which is looking at employment sites, you're talking 85% to the north of the site and only 15 to the west of the site. So that's what this bridge would connect to, really, is that employment area. And we're talking about peak hour trips. It would also facilitate school trips, but if you look at where the site is, obviously, and the school provision on site, the policy says the school's required for obviously the fringe sites, and the easiest way obviously to get to Hunts Grove and Waterwells is via Nass Lane. So for us, that's the desire line. And when we converted that into sort of pedestrian trips, we were looking at about 66 trips in the morning peak hour. And we think our proposals under the Nass Lane Bridge were actually, you know, easily qualified to transport that level of trips through. We're also looking at providing cycle infrastructure on Stroud Road coming up to St Barnabas Junction, and that can be LTM 120 compliant until it reaches the existing cycle infrastructure where it ties in. And then the St Barnabas solution. Gloucestershire have looked at St Barnabas over the years, but never implemented anything. There are some solutions which Gloucestershire have, but I believe they're fairly car heavy, to be honest with you. And the approach we've taken is try to improve St Barnabas to reduce accidents. So at the moment, you've got accidents, you've got pedestrian accidents occurring. Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Moore, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That just that threw me as well, Mr. Darrell. So that's okay. Please continue, Mr. Darrell.
Okay, so yeah, so nobody's really come up with a solution for St Barnabas that they want to implement, and I think sometimes that's really taking so looking for the perfect instead of the good. And I think this is an existing constrained junction next to a church, next to a war memorial, and to use any third-party land, I think, would be very problematic. So yeah, so what we've done is we've improved it for pedestrians and cyclists, putting advanced stop lines in, you know, so and it's well known that signal controlled junctions are safer than an uncontrolled roundabout. And then we're looking at bus priority as well. So that's the other element of this, is it's not just a safety improvement for cyclists and pedestrians, it also allows bus priority. And again, I stress the importance of this orbital bus link, but it's only really with signalised junctions that you can add in this bus priority that's much needed. You're talking from the site to get to the train station, less than 20 minutes bus journey, and that's with the development. And we've analysed that. We've looked at the journey times. Yes, there is rerouting, but part of the rerouting is to do with the fact that we looked at improving Furwood Drive junction, and that's for bus priority measures. And as soon as you allow traffic out Furwood Drive, that makes it slightly more that increases the number of vehicles because it makes it slightly more attractive. So there's elements of, there's extra traffic on there that creates some redistribution, but there's also capacity improvements which create some redistribution. But the main purpose of the St Barnabas improvement is to improve safety for pedestrians and cyclists and facilitate bus routes. And that's what it does, and that's our option. We also tested a Cyclops option, which Nathan raised earlier. I think there's one Cyclops in the country, it's in Cambridge, and since that's been installed, there's been an increase in cycle accidents. So we weren't confident about that, but we tested it anyway. And even in the existing situation, it's well over capacity. And that's what you'd expect, because it's just giving full priority to cyclists around that junction. So cars need to give way to cyclists. And obviously, if you do that in a location like this, it's going to create gridlock. So we had to find a solution, which was a careful balance between capacity, safety, and facilitating buses, and that we're very confident we've done that. And I think Stroud are quite confident we've done that, but I'll let them speak for themselves. In terms of the other points, in terms of GCC promoting a bridge over the train line, I think I'll just point you to the example of Aschurch and Tewkesbury, where they did just that, and then it got kicked out and appealed for environmental reasons. And you know, the risk there is just too high, and the benefit is I don't think it's there compared to the improvements that we've proposed on Nass Lane. What else did you mention? I mean, there's plenty more detail to go behind that, and I could talk about it all day.
Yeah, I'm sure you could talk about it probably for several days.
Yeah.
You know, once transport experts get in a room, they never come out. So thank you for that. Just bear with me, because my colleague wants to come in. So my colleague's got some queries, and I know there are a couple of other hands up. Can I just confirm, has anybody else got issues with putting hands up? Because I know that my colleague is having an issue. So nobody else, because other hands are coming up. So it may just be you.
Must just be me then. that's okay then.
Anyway, if you need to come in, or just come in. Don't worry about it.
That's fine. Just a very quick query for Mr. Darrell. Could you just clarify? You just quoted a cost for the for a rail link over the. Could you just repeat what you said? I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah. So we drew up an option for the bridge over the train line. So it's a pedestrian cycle bridge, LTM 120 compliant. It's something about around 11 meters high. So you'll be able to see it for quite a distance. And then using the LTM 120 standards and guidance, we worked out the total cost of providing that would be around £10 million.
10 million, thank you.
And obviously that doesn't include anything that we have to pay towards Network Rail or whatever. That's just the cost of the bridge.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you wanted to query on that? No? Brilliant. Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of hands up. So I did say I'd go to Mr. Carter after yourself to see if there's anything else that the council wants to add. But I recognise that I've also got Mr. Brandt, who is obviously one of the other land promoters. So, Mr. Carter, do you want to come in now?
Yes, I will do. I won't go over what Mr. Darrell says. The Stroud District Council is supportive of the position that Mr. Darrell outlined. I do want to elaborate a little bit on the sustainability point to start with, because we do completely agree with Mr. Drover that ensuring that the site is sustainable as possible from the outset, ensuring that internalisation and prioritising walking and cycling and public transport ahead of car use is vitally important to the success of this site. And I will, Mr. Drover mentions low traffic neighbourhoods, livable neighbourhoods, depending on, there's lots of different phrases for it. But ultimately, policy 12 is requirement 12 references a layout that prioritises walking and cycling and access to public transport over the private car. That is, in essence, what a livable neighbourhood is. And that's how we're trying to embed that into the master plan. And we think that the modal filter onto Nass Lane effectively turns that whole side of the development into a livable neighbourhood and makes it far more attractive for people to walk, cycle and get the bus. But for those 15% of people going onto that southern part of Gloucester over towards Waterwells, we think that is very important, because it means that the car route as an alternative is much more convoluted. Again, we would obviously love to see a bridge over the railway from for pedestrian cyclists from a transport perspective. Our position is that we don't consider that is that we can support that being a requirement of the policy, considering the Nars Lane proposals, Grange Road alternative, and the degree of local facilities that are being placed onto the site. On the subject of St Barnabas, clearly you'll hear that you've heard that there's a lot of technical work that has gone into St Barnabas. I looked at it in 2013 with a different hat on and looking at a tightened roundabout, and there's been a lot done over the years. There's a lot. The key thing for me is there's a lot of options on the table which prioritise walking and cycling to one degree or another, and balance against traffic capacity to one degree or another. Our position is that we agree that there is that the option proposed is the right balance, and I think bus priority as well as walking and cycling, I think, is really important, particularly considering the orbital route. We're hearing from other examples around the country that whilst livable neighbours interventions are very positive in terms of mode shift to active travel for local trips, there are instances, and I'll reference Oxford, where it is being reported that bus journey times are increasing as a result of congestion from the livable neighbours. Now, that's not to say you shouldn't do it. It's just that it's a potential unintended consequence. So I think you need to weigh up all three of those. And I think the fact that the signalised option improves but allows for bus priority as well as for making improvements to walking and cycling is very important. But the message from us to you is that, yes, that from a local plan policy, we consider that's the right option. But there are enough options on the table so that you know that a decision can be made in the future that a suitable improvement scheme at St Barnabas can come forward through the next stages for this site. I think that's probably all I'll come to with one final point. Livable neighbourhood schemes and sustainable transport interventions have been shown to actually achieve mode shift from traffic to sustainable modes. That's clearly why we do them. What the model can't do, and the model is showing rerouting on wider areas, it can't accommodate that, it can't account for that mode shift. So it assumes to start with, unless you apply any manual adjustments to it, it assumes to start with that all the traffic that's going through the network stays in the network, whereas some of that traffic that rediverts has the potential to shift onto other modes. So what the redistribution is very much a worst case scenario. And I will leave it there.
Great, thank you. I'm going to bring in Mr. Brandt, and then I will go to Mr. Drover again, and then see if the council wishes to respond to anything Mr. Drover has to say. So, Mr. Brandt, please.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. As you would expect, on behalf of L&Q's estates, we've worked in collaboration with Taylor Wimpey's consultants, Mr. Darrell, and we're very aware of the very considerable detailed technical work that they've undertaken to an extent that is approaching that for a planning application, so development management stage. So their understanding and mitigation of the impacts and the opportunities of G2 are very considerable. And Mr. Darrell's already set out that in terms of the context or actually quantification of the degree of severance of the railway line to travel to the west in terms of numbers. And I'd just like to re-emphasize that in terms of travel, it represents 15% of the external travel. So, and again, it is not absolute. It is a degree of inconvenience on that 15% in terms of having to use Nars Lane as the route, as a modal filter. But it is in that context that it is relative and it is to a degree. More importantly, it is about the containment of travel. It is about active travel will be focused in terms of the containment within a comprehensive development. And that in terms of the policy points, as Mr. Carter quite rightly just highlighted there, 12 and 13, and the emphasis on sustainable travel, active travel within the scheme will be that which delivers the walk-in travel, whereby 80% of all active travel trips are within a 2-kilometre distance of your front door. That is the context. So, it is about the containment of that travel, accommodation of that travel within the site. When we then look further afield at St Barnabas, the points have been very well made, particularly by Mr. Carter, in terms of the balance. The balance here is about active travel, public transport, and then the residual of traffic impact. And I absolutely agree with Mr. Carter and with Mr. Darrell that balance has been correctly addressed. It is the right balance, seeks to ensure that we have the bus attraction to take travel into the city centre, and that the cycle provision does not detract from that or impede it in any way. So it creates that correct balance of travel in there. And I think, the scheme that's coming forward through Mr. Dow is very sensible and, most importantly, deliverable. And that's really important. And finally, probably the point I should have started on was with regards to the sustainable travel computerized exercise. And it should be no surprise to any of us that if you stick a pin in the middle of a green field for a comprehensive development, it's going to say that its sustainable credentials are pretty low because there is no infrastructure there. So it is in terms of the provisions made through 12, 13, 14 in terms of delivery of that infrastructure that is key. And that is where obviously our focus and Mr. Darrell's focus has been in terms of delivering that infrastructure intervention and behavioural intervention to deliver that.
Thank you. Mr. Drover, please.
Thanks, ma'am. I'll try not to say anything that requires a long rebuttal, but I would completely agree the bus proposal is excellent. I'll put it up there, or at least very good. But that's symptomatic of the potential the site has. You can put a very good bus service diagonally through the site from Nads Lane up to the northeast corner, provided the internal links are built out. Obviously, there'll have to be an interim phase. So, so that highlights the potential it's got. Picking up on Chris's point about item 12, the requirement does say about prioritising walking and cycling, but we all know the business as usual outcome of that. It's land parcels with strategic routes pushed onto their boundary, because that's the nature of how these large sites tend to roll out. The examples that people point to, and Chris is quite right, where you see a very big reduction in trips, those walkable neighbours, low traffic neighbours, call them what you want, they tend to come forward with the more altruistic developers, Poundbury, Nansland and Northstowe, Marmalade Lane, the poster boys, or poster children for those sites. And we do really struggle to, unless there's a strong policy position, we would really struggle to not have a road outside your front door and 2 parking spaces in your front garden. And that is, I'd say requirement 12 doesn't go anywhere near far enough to put the hook in to require something ambitious through the development management process. On the cost point, I don't disagree with James. I think it would be in the £5 to £10 million bracket. The electrification clearance for railway lines is 4.8 to 5.6. It depends on the type of meters. It depends on the type of equipment, so with land raising and then putting a structure on it, you could be at the lower end of that cost bracket. But I would definitely put it in that range. And then on the 15% external trips issue, I mean, the traffic modelling quite often does this. It says, well, where are people going at the moment? Well, they're all driving into Gloucester City. Well, okay, well, we'll use that distribution, but that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to create a sustainable community. So what ingredients do we need to put into this to make this community work more effectively? So when you open your front door, your first choice is not to use the car. If you want to go to any of the destinations in Kingsway, if you go to the site at the moment and you walk to Nas Lane, for example, it might take 20 minutes. And then you've got another 15 to 20 minutes back to the Kingsway local centre. So it is incredibly circuitous and probably a little bit faster to the north via Grange Road. And normally with these allocations, you have a package of interventions. It might be one which we test in modelling. It will be do something, do minimum. What we seem to be getting is do Victorian, and the Victorian tunnels are appalling. I mean, I would urge you to go and have a look at them. There's certainly nothing that we would suggest is suitable for good active travelling. And I'd actually quite welcome the do Victorian on this frontage, because if you look at the Tuffley to the north, they actually have two crossings, two tunnels in a very short order, both at Grange Road and if the Victorians could manage to rustle up onto 1.3 mile frontage between the two crossings, I'm sure that it's not beyond this promoter to do it, but I accept there's a very high cost, and that cost has to be balanced against the other infrastructure requirements. If it was funded only and not a pre-requirement, that puts the emphasis on the county council to deliver it. So there might be a compromise solution where there's the movement strategy might align Buckingham Walk with the church or something like that, and you have a strategic movement strategy that meets that area, and there's funding, and then the county council could deliver it, and that's not beyond the county council to do it. And I would, James has got given the example of Ashchurch, which is a new community to the north where we are having trouble with a bridge over rail to deliver a growth area, and there has been a challenge to it, but it doesn't mean we're going to give up. So I think as a whole, the point I'd like to make is the site has great potential. Climate change should be front and center of any local plan process. We all know that now, and this location, despite its appalling scoring on the SALA, has the potential to deliver a really good non-carbon share, and it's those developments, those carbon negative developments, net prosumers of energy, which are going to offset climate change. And our targets are our local plan targets are a 200 or 300% increase in active travel to meet our net zero target, carbon target. So the only way we're going to do that is really upping the bar transport sustainability. That's why Gloucestershire County Council have come along to this inquiry today. Anyway, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Drover. I'm going to come to Mr. Darrell, and then I do need to move on. So if Mr. Darrell, if there's anything further that the council wants to add, so we need to give council final say, then please, on the back of Mr. Darrell, if you have anything that you or Mr. Carter wants to add. So, Mr. Darrell, you're on mute, Mr. Darrell.
Thank you, Ma'am. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I just wanted to sort of add a final comment on the bridge, which is one of the reasons that Nathan raises for this bridge is to connect to obviously Kingsway, which has got schools and a local centre. But if you look at the aerial view of Gloucester, you can just see quite quickly that the main sort of employment area to the west of the site is Waterwells, which is connected via Nas Lane. Obviously, we're going to be providing a local centre on site and primary schools and secondary school. So this is why we're not convinced a bridge is required. And then in terms of carbon capture or trying to move people onto sustainable modes, obviously we are, as well as the bus routes and the other improvements we're making, we're introducing a modal interchange which actually will affect trips on Stroud Road, not just trips on our site. So it's going to reduce trips through St Barnabas, and that's the aim of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Darrell. Anything further that council? I know, Mr. Coles, you've got your hand up. Actually, what would you like to say, Ms. Lancy? Could you take Mr. Coles's microphone off?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Very quickly, Nathan Drove has covered most of the stuff I wanted to say about the St Barnabas and transport issue. He mentioned the phenomenal growth in vehicles, which we agree with. The figure in the plan is 3,461 extra vehicles in peak hours on the road coming past us on Stroud Road. But I wanted to quickly mention the stagecoach. They told you in their regulation 19 statement that the provisional allocation was insufficiently evidenced to be fully justified, and they suggested a comprehensive plan before allocation could happen. They then produced the statement of common ground, suggesting a bus link through Furwood Drive and signals then onto the A38. Inspector, I want to draw your attention to the Plan H or Plan G on the addendum to the transport forecasting report. This shows what would happen with the full mitigation. Yes, Plan G and Plan H, full mitigation of St Barnabas, and also the sustainable transport option being exercised. There are 3 heavily congested roads on that plan. One is Brookthorpe Village, one is Finley Road, and the third is Furwood Drive. This is the Rat Run, which is now taking traffic off Stroud Road. And the plan from Stagecoach is to put double-decker buses down it into a signal junction on the A38 next to St Barnabas. This is not something which the residents in Tuffley, who I've spoken to, think is a very wonderful idea. Lastly, very lastly, talking about us taking buses into Gloucester, which is what we are supposed to be doing, I've just done a list of the places where people, as I know in this village, work. And if I can quickly run down it, Dursley, Cheltenham, Yatton, Stonehouse, Bristol, Stroud, Oxford, Bristol, Quedgeley, Hereford. None of us would take a bus to work, Inspector. None of us. That's all I wish to say.
Thank you, Mr. Coles. Mr. Darrell.
Thank you. Just a quick one to say that there's an existing bus route on Furwood Drive at the moment.
Thank you. Anything that the council wants to add or respond to from what they've heard? Mr. Carter?
Nothing further.
Any other comments that anybody wants to raise in relation to transport? Okay, now in the joint statement of common ground, which I recognise was only recently added to the was only recently signed and added to the examination webpage. But there are a number of additional clauses that have been set out as suggestions to modifications. There's also some areas of disagreement or dispute or areas requiring potential suggested areas of objection. Now, I'm not necessarily proposing to go through every one of those you've provided, because we're running out of time here, to be fair. We've got 12 minutes until lunch. I suppose what I want to try and understand is exactly what some of the concerns are. So I may just pick out a few, and if there are ones that the land promoters are particularly concerned about, by all means, just highlight those. Now, notwithstanding this is an up-to-date statement of common ground, issues have been raised about the indicative site plan. Now, the council has made it clear that in terms of the policies and the indicative site plans that are set out adjacent to the policy, they are illustrative only. That's what the council said in previous sessions. But concerns have been raised that this may provide issues in relation to lack of flexibility, or it sets out what could be seen as a requirement. It geographically states that this must be provided here, such as any particular strategic buffers or access or anything like that. And that could then provide, maybe be untowardly, provide a restriction to any development that may come forward. Council response on that? Do you see any issues with that?
Sorry, Ma'am. No, I don't see any issues. Perhaps to speed up, in the statement of common ground on areas of disagreement, we can certainly agree on the transport access, which is the primary vehicular, and the additional wording that's proposed in that statement of common ground. We can certainly concur with that. But we're not keen that the words "if required" should not be deleted from the guiding principle on page 140. Because that's, as we've discussed at previous sessions, giving us the flexibility. As to, there was a matter raised, other matters, and the employment use aspects, and that the employment is ancillary to local centre, community core, and not a large business park. We can agree with that, but there's some employment, don't forget, with the travelling show people plots, because that's living at your business. So I would be happy to local centre, community core, and travelling showman plots.
Okay. I know there is a bringing up the travelling show people plots, there is an objection in relation to the requirement to accommodate those 8 plots to meet unmet needs from Gloucester City area. So council comments on that? Yes.
Basically, the travelling show people requirements from Gloucester City, whose this would be looking to meet, are 14 within the first 5 years, 2021 to 26, and over the planned period, they would have to find a greater total. I think it's 28 in total. So those needs are ongoing. The council is working with the other local authorities to do a county-wide call for sites, and that will be working with community members as to areas that they wish to live or to have the opportunity to live at, which will meet their needs as well. And it's that two-way dialogue which we consider is vital working with these communities. However, initial discussions are that we've had a couple of the travelling community members interested in this location.
Okay. And this is based on existing unmet needs that have been evidenced.
Yes.
I know we haven't had the discussion about unmet needs on gypsies and travellers, because it is proposed for a later session. So I just want
yes, my understanding is Gloucester City still has unmet needs, and that's in our statement of common ground and in our duty to cooperate documentation.
Okay. Obviously, should this site, for whatever reason, not come forward because it's not needed to meet unmet needs, a part of it may still need to be provided to come forward to meet unmet gypsy travelling show people.
Travelling show people, yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Does the council have any other comments that they want to raise as regards the other aspects that the site promoters have concerns about in terms of the wording?
I'm just looking through my...
I'm looking at you've got the environmental. They're asking for flexibility that because they're saying that mitigation for the Severn Estuary, SAC, SPA, Ramsar, etc., will be through recreational space provision. Therefore, they want flexibility in terms of the open space provision and sort of standards, I suppose, to say, well, we may provide more of one form of open space, which may mean that less open space of a different type may not come forward. So they're just looking for, they're not saying that that would be the case, but they want that flexibility. So, council, you've not agreed to that. So is there a particular concern that you've got about
that? It's just if everything was deferred to being off-site, which sometimes happens, we would want to go through the mitigation strategy with them and the mitigation hierarchy, and to ensure that the options of delivering on site can not delivering on site can be justified. But that's really a matter for the development management stage, I think.
So you feel that as it's set out in the plan isn't an issue for the allocation?
Yeah, that's right.
And it can be negotiated or discussed, let's put it that way.
Yes.
At the development management stage.
Yes.
Okay. And I presume that's also in relation to the issue around the schools.
Yes, that work is ongoing. That the county council are undertaking further work on the pupil product ratios and other aspects, and we're awaiting the initial results and a consultation to take place on that. So it's too uncertain at this moment until we have that further information from our county council. All I can say is that through the IDP process, our consultants have regularly engaged and have tried to bring the best picture forward of what would be required on site in the absence of that data.
Thank you. Some of the issues have been raised, again, as set out in the statement of common ground. I will bring in Mr. Flanagan very shortly, but I just want to run through it. I'm not going to have a discussion about the Stroud IDP. That's something that myself and my colleague are considering at the moment, because issues about that have already been raised to us, and it's a more of a generic across the board analysis that we need to, or assessment that we need to consider in more detail on our own to see whether any additional work needs to be done or not, as the case may be. So don't need to have a discussion on that. Mr. Flanagan.
Thank you, ma'am. Just two quick points. The first on the travelling showkeeper provision, and I think it's come up in other site sessions as well. There's, you know, what we've already put in our written submissions, but there's a compatibility point, isn't there, in terms of whether it's compatible alongside residential developments, and also how has that been factored into the council's viability considerations. But just listening to Mr. Moore there, that we are aware the council is undertaking work on this and moving it forward, which would seek to address some of our concerns regarding the lack of evidence. And I recall on an earlier session that specifically to the site owners at Morton Valence, that Mr. Moore confirmed they hadn't been approached about the potential provision of travelling showkeeper pitches. And I was just listening to that session, just highlighted our concerns really in terms of, is the evidence all there that all sites have been assessed in terms of availability? It just seems like it's been lumped into one in terms of a general response to all of Gloucester's needs, as it were. So that was that point. And just on the flexibility and open space, and this slightly links back to your MOQs in terms of touched on recreational pressures. Just give you a sense of the scale of the site. Our master plan, we've got 36.7 hectares of open space on the master plan, and there are various typologies. Obviously, but that includes large areas for recreation, including the whole restoration of the Daniels Brook corridor, which at the moment is very much a managed, almost gully-like water feature, whereas we're totally regrading, restoring that back into a natural water course through the site and the POS and biodiversity that goes with that. But it just gives you a sense of the scale, and because of that, that's why that was the reason why we're just saying, you know, a degree of flexibility for master planning would be helpful. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's certainly something we can go away and have a think about. We have come to lunchtime. I do not want to come back to G2 because we can't. We've still got the other sites. We've got 3 more sites to go through. 2 in particular that may take a little bit more time. The smaller local site will take less time because inevitably there's less issues to consider. So I want to try and draw this to a close. Now, I recognise that I would ordinarily come and talk about deliverability and viability of bringing this site forward. Now, I am obviously, and as an allocation, I would obviously go through that. Now, this comes to the crux of the issue as to whether it is an allocation or not. Now, the council has made it perfectly clear it's not an allocation. It's safeguarded land within the plan. The title may need amending because it calls itself a site allocation, but then the policy wording makes it very clear that it's not, that it's actually safeguarded land. Now, I'm not going to open up a discussion about that. We had that discussion previously. I recognise that anticipated build-out rates, etc., have been provided. They form part of the statement of common ground. And obviously, I know that, particularly from Taylor Wimpey's perspective, that there is an application being prepared, because that's set that out in your evidence, in your statements. So whether something was to come forward prior to all of this, that's irrelevant to us dealing with the actual allocation itself. So I'm not going to go through the timescales for the delivery, because taking it on board as a safeguarded site, that won't come until the GSP comes into being, because then it would come forward, because it's not an allocation. So on that basis, are there any other comments that anybody wants to make about the wording of the policy taken on board? Myself and my colleague will have to make a decision about whether this policy actually should be in the plan, whether it's safeguarded or whether it should be an allocation. And then if it is in the plan, actually whether the requirement should be in there as a safeguarded site, or it should be determined as part of any later review, or as we have discussed, and quite rightly we've needed to discuss, whether actually it should be an allocation, and the requirements should be clearly set out, and amendment modifications made to those requirements to ensure that the requirements are clearly and set out, so that there is no doubt as to what is required and what should come forward from this site. So on that basis, is there anything further? I hasten to say this because I don't want to open up Pandora's box. Is there anything further anybody wants to add on G2 in terms of anything that they want to highlight to us? Mr. Flanagan.
Very quickly, ma'am, just to say no major show-stopping viability concerns from our perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing further? Okay. Thank you, everybody. That's been a very helpful discussion on this particular site this morning. It's certainly given us a lot to think about. And as I said, myself and my colleague will be taking time over the summer period to looking at lots of different aspects of the plan. So on that basis, can I ask us now to have a break for lunch? If I can suggest we're back at 2:05. I'll just take a minute out of our hour. I'll allow that. And we will come back, and then I'll have a discussion as to whether we start on PS30 or G1. We'll come back on one of those two sites. Don't mind which. So we can sort that out when we return. So thank you very much for your contributions. Anybody who has come to specifically speak on behalf of G2, you're more than welcome to stay for the later sessions if you wish, but if not, you may obviously leave if you wish. Okay, so be back at 2:05. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Let's make a start. Okay. I think what I'd like to do is actually move on to PS30, and I'm saying that because we actually have covered elements of it in a previous session, although we only sort of touched on it. So I think, I don't think we'll be spending too long on this particular, don't hold me to that, but on this particular site allocation. We've got a number of statements of common ground that are in front of us, and obviously all of these submissions. Now, I think in previous sessions it's been explained to us about the background to this site coming forward, that it's and please let me know if what I'm saying is incorrect. So please correct me on anything I say. But my understanding, or our understanding, is that this has that obviously the Hunts Grove was an allocation in, or is an allocation in, the existing adopted local plan that's currently being built out. In terms of PS30, can I just confirm, because I was just trying to decipher, was PS30 in, or is it in the adopted local plan as a potential extension, or is this a new allocation?
It's all new, Inspector.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite clear from the submission, so
okay.
I just thought I'd clarify that. That was my my understanding. Okay, and we've previously considered some of the couple of the one of the concerns that's been raised about the rail halt, the railway station. We'll come to that shortly, because I know we did have a discussion about that. First of all, I'd just like to have an update on the planning status of the site. And I recognise there are a couple of ownerships here, aren't there? So there are different owners involved in the site. So the trajectory sets out a particular point in time. So has anything moved from that position?
Am I okay to pass over to Tony Clements on this?
Yes, certainly. Yes,
more than happy for
that's
them
going
to have
to
a
be
much
easier
better
from the land
understanding.
promoters.
Yes,
that's why we like the land promoters. They usually know what's going on. Yes.
That's good.
Thank you. Mr. Clements.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Tom. I'm sure between myself and Mr. Danks, we can probably cover most of the things. I just wanted to clarify very quickly, ma'am, in terms of the status of this, and PS30 being a new allocation, it isn't. SA4 within the adopted local plan allocates the site, the Hunts Grove extension, and the wording of the policy, if one is to do a side-by-side comparison, is pretty much exactly the same, I think. I mean, the council may correct me on that, but so
did this site form part of SA4, or is this just a rehash of SA4?
I mean, they are one and the same.
They are one and the same. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember reading reference to SA4, and I know that's been referenced before, but I just wanted clarification as to exactly whether that was to the existing Hunts Grove or to this. So thank you for the clarification. This is SA4.
This is SA4. This was the allocation, the extension to Hunts Grove, the 750 dwellings that were promoted through the last review of the local plan. And yes, right. The policy is SA4. And ma'am, I think I've said in previous sessions, Crest are bringing forward an outline planning application for the SA4 allocation, or the land that they control within the SA4 allocation. I'm sure Mr. Danks will be able to contribute to this. But we are currently in the process of bringing forward an outline planning application. I think I may have alluded to this in previous sessions, but just to give you the full picture, Ma'am, we made a pre-application submission to the council in November 2022 in this regard, and had a pre-application meeting with development management officers from the council at the beginning of March. A draft planning performance agreement was also provided to the council in respect of the outline application in November last year. It was a matter of discussion at the pre-application meeting. A request for a scoping opinion for an EIA was submitted to the council on the 17th of March this year. That related to the whole of the site. We are awaiting formal responses from the council on each of those. I am told as of last week that draft responses in respect of the scoping request and the pre-application advice request have been prepared and are sitting with officers internally at the council for sign-off, and we should be in receipt of those fairly shortly, I am told. With regard to the PPA, we were keen to advance discussions on that with the council because we have indicated to the council that we are working to a submission of autumn 2023, and we wanted to offer resourcing to the council to help support that. Again, we've yet to hear or have a formal response from DM officers at Stroud on the terms of the PPA or indeed the level of funding that's required, although, as I say, Ma'am, it has been the subject of discussion.
And in relation to, I don't know what's set out in the adopted local plan in relation to this site, but obviously in submitting a planning application, it's on the basis of the existing policy.
It is, Ma'am, and I think if you are to do, as I mentioned, a side-by-side comparison of the policies, I think they are pretty much verbatim exactly the same.
Okay. And therein may lie some of the issues regarding a couple of the points that have been raised, yes, but they've just been rolled over, and things have progressed since then, haven't they? In relation to the railway station and the local centre.
And I think, Ma'am, if I may, the wording of the policy within the adopted plan anticipated, it's fair to say, a process that was looking at the potential remaster planning of the main site, the main Huntsgrove site, which at the time informed some of the wording that went into the previous version of the policy, which has been rolled forward. And I think we can touch upon that. The statement of common ground that we've prepared with Stroud, reference SG 18, sets out the position with regard to Crest and the council. And there are two areas where we potentially depart, as you've mentioned, Ma'am, the railway station, and as you've picked up in your matters, issues perhaps relating to the community facilities and the local centre, both of which I'm happy to talk to in response to questions.
Okay. Well, it'd be useful to have a response from the council on those points and the points that have been raised, the areas of sort of disagreement or the areas of concern. Now that you've had sort of time to respond on those, and I will come to Mr. Danks as well. Council, have you had anything to respond on those particular points? I know you have referenced previously that actually you do need to go and have a look at that again, I think was what you said, or that you recognise that things have moved on from
yes, I don't disagree with
policy.
anything that Tony's raised there. I know on, for example, PS 19A, where there's been some difference of wordings. If it was all right with yourself, I'd be more than happy to look at modification of that wording to clean it up with Tony and Colin outside of this, if that would help on those two issues.
Okay. I suppose I just want to ensure that I recognise the issues around the railway station. It's the local centre element. So it's been referenced that this is an extension to the existing development and is in close proximity to the facilities and services being provided on the main, should we just call it the main Huntsgrove site?
Yeah.
And therefore it's not necessary for there to be a separate local centre on the extension. Is that what you're saying, basically?
I'm comfortable with that, yes.
You're comfortable, okay, that's fine. I just want to clarify that. Mr. Danks, anything you want to sort of add?
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Yeah, not to cover anything that Mr. Clements has already said. So I'll just limit myself to additional items. So our client is the owner of the entirety of the site. Mr. Clements' client has a contractual position on the vast majority, albeit there is a separate piece known as the Pulling land to the south. So that's identified, and you'll see in our statement of common ground, that's identified for an additional number of dwellings to make up the total of the 750. We've been through a process of master planning alongside Crest. So we have at this point an agreed position on master planning. We haven't made a planning application and have not entered into discussions with the council at this stage, but that's mainly because of where our parcel of land is within the allocation. At some point, as the Crest planning application moves forward, that's the point at which we will bring ours alongside. So just to say, ma'am, yeah, you haven't seen an application on, or will have heard of an application on our side, but that's just merely a process of looking at the site logically and going through it in a phase-by-phase basis. So there's no delivery issues there, ma'am, in that respect.
Okay.
The only other item to mention was just, you referenced then local centre. What probably some people won't be aware of is we are about to make an application on the main site there's two carve-out parcels just to the north of Haresfield Lane. So Haresfield Lane is the line which splits the main site, Huntsgrove, from what we affectionately call land south of Haresfield Lane, which is the allocation we're talking about. That has some retail uses, employment uses in there, and also additional community uses. So that is bringing a mixed use further south and closer to the land south of Haresfield Lane. So from a sustainability point of view, those matters should be covered.
So just to give me sort of an indication of, distances involved, etc., just to ensure that the facilities are within close proximity or sustainable travel distance, then what sort of distances are we talking about?
A few hundred meters, maybe 300-400 meters.
It's literally,
it's actually on the edge of Haresfield Lane. So I don't know whether you've seen.
We have been down there, yes.
Yeah, so where the farmhouse is, as you go over the motorway, on the right-hand side, there's a farmhouse there. So that's one of the community uses, that building. So it will be retention of farmhouse, used as a community hub, a commercially operated community hub. And then just within that part of that site, again, a series, just a small number of retail units or commercial units, ground floor.
Thank you.
So yeah, they are readily walkable for the remainder of land south of Haresfield Lane.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Anything further you want to say, Mr. Danks?
Sorry, just one more thing, ma'am. Just obviously, CFL Cothrop Farm Limited doesn't appear as a developer, but from our perspective, we secure planning permission for just shy of 130 dwellings on the triangle site by the farmhouse, and we are talking to prospective developers. So, as a landowner, very used to the delivery aspects of the scheme. So that's thank you, ma'am. Unless you have any questions.
So from your clients' perspectives, you say so there's interest from house builders.
Yeah, the farmhouse triangle is a slightly different scheme. It's been born out of discussions under the Build Better, Build Beautiful Commission, and through various pieces of work. So it is slightly different to a volume house builder scheme, and yeah, we're going through the process of securing a developer to build that scheme.
Okay, so in terms of timescales for bringing that forward, we'll come to deliverability and sort of, a bit later on in terms of looking at the trajectory. But from your perspective or your client's perspective, you're not seeing any issues or concerns about bringing this aspect of the site forward?
No, and on the land south of Haresfield Lane, the only reason we've not made a planning application is because it will need to tie into the final versions of the Crest wider master plan. And it makes sense not to make an application until that's a little more settled.
And that has been raised in the statement of common ground from Crest Nicholson about when this site would come forward, the other part of the extension would come forward, as further parts of the existing site are developed. Is that my understanding correct, Mr. Clements? In terms of delivering the extension?
In terms of delivering the extension, ma'am, yes, as I've mentioned, we are preparing an outline planning application. There's a couple of other points I'd like to touch on, picking up some of the things Colin said. But yes, we are, in terms of delivery, the main site has about 1,000 completions currently.
Yeah.
And the latest trajectory that's provided by the project managers, Tetra Tech, indicates the main site being built out by 2031.
Right.
Now that would include the components that Colin has referred to, which we refer to colloquially as the farmhouse triangle, which was subject to a reserve matters permission or consent under the existing outline permission. Colin's mentioned another scheme that may come forward, which we are not party to, but have no issue with per se. It's probably worth mentioning, ma'am, that if there is retail provision within that scheme, that wouldn't be the community provision, the retail provision on which the whole scheme would rely, because there is a pending reserve matters submission resting with the council for the neighbourhood centre on the main Huntsgrove site, which sits on the western edge, the northwestern edge of the scheme, adjacent to the main spine road where the main access junction from the A38 will be formed. That's an area of about 1.5 hectares or so, which accommodates a variety of community uses, more commercial uses one would associate with a neighbourhood centre. So retail, leisure use, community uses, doctor surgery, nursery, that type of thing. There is a current reserve matters submission that is with the council. It is fair to say that has been with the council for some time. We are expecting and anticipating that will be the subject of further discussions with the council, recognising that Haresfield Lane, or land south of Haresfield Lane, the extension land, is coming forward and will be subject to an outline planning application. So it will be scaled, so it will look to the main site and it will look to the land south of Haresfield Lane also. And it's probably worth mentioning, Ma'am, that the emerging master plan that Colin's referred to, which we have worked up, the respective design teams have collaborated to work up a draft master plan which will be submitted for planning. It anticipates the provision of an additional primary school adjacent to Haresfield Lane and adjacent to the southern edge of the neighbourhood centre that sits within the main site. So perhaps picking up one of your questions on the matters on the level of facilities to be provided, and something else that will perhaps need minor modification within the wording of the policy, where the policy overall refers to a primary school in the singular, we are anticipating that there will be 2 primary schools within the whole of the Huntsgrove new community. Without wishing to labour the point, Ma'am, but to explain the wording, I think when the policy was formulated during the last local plan examination, there was potentially it was anticipated that a single school might be provided on the main site of sufficient size to serve the whole of the development. The way the scheme has been built out and the reserve matters have been provided, we anticipate that there will be a residual school, primary age school requirement to be provided, which at the moment we are anticipating will be somewhere between 1 and 1.5 forms of entry. So the master plan that's been agreed between the parties makes provision for a site of suitable size to accommodate a 1.5 FE school, but with expansion land included, should the actual mix and the application determine that the pupil product arising would be greater. So there is some headroom built into the master planning at this stage.
Okay.
And I think probably the final point to add, Ma'am, Colin's exactly right in terms of the pull-in land that we refer to. We anticipate between ourselves that the crest component of the allocation, which I think is about 3/4 of it, the overall is about 34.5 hectares. Crest control under option about 26.6 hectares of that. Pull-in is about 7, just under 8 hectares. And there is agreement between the landowning parties that the master, and indeed a policy requirement, that the master plan that Crest brings forward will facilitate delivery of the pull-in land. And this was the subject of discussion at the last examination as well. So the policy anticipates a comprehensive master plan, which is also mentioned within the wording of the policy. So we are working together to bring the whole forward.
You're anticipating my questions, Mr. Clements.
I've been working on this site for such a long time, such a long time that, yes, I like to think when I start talking about it, it's difficult to stop.
I can imagine, yes. I can imagine it's taken over your life for quite some time. So
one of those things, yes.
Yes, yes. Thank
Hence
you.
The colour of my hair.
I won't even go. Yeah, no, I have no inclination to go there. Thank you for that. That's actually really helpful because that does anticipate some of the questions I was going to bring in. When you talk about the main local centre, again, and you talk about it being in the northern part of the northwestern part of the existing site, let's just call it the existing site rather than the extension. Can you just confirm the distances involved when dealing with the extension, the proposed development in the extension?
I haven't got those immediately to hand, Ma'am, but I would say they are certainly walkable. I'm going to look for some of the master planning work that we have done has placed sort of walkable distances on, and we anticipate that while the neighbourhood centre will be positioned on the northern edge, that it will be walkable, certainly from the southern parts of the allocation. I don't have exact walk distances to hand, Ma'am. See, Colin's hand is raised. He may have, or may not.
I thought there was going to be a shake of the head then.
No, unfortunately, I don't.
No.
He's always very prepared, but
it would be a complete estimate.
No,
So,
that's
no,
fine.
okay.
It was just to try and just give an indicate. I mean, the council is basically saying that actually this is a rollover from the previous policy and things have moved on, and actually it doesn't have an issue with this. But we have to just ensure that for sustainability reasons, that the facilities that are proposed within the site are realistically walkable, or certainly well, it's usually walkable, isn't it? You can cycle very quickly to somewhere, but it's that walkability, isn't it? So it would be useful to just have an indication.
Ma'am, we will get those distances to you if
they don't have to be absolutely precise, but as long as we've got an indication, that I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
If we can have those by the end of next week, that would be really helpful.
We'll get them to you, Ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Danks.
We certainly looked at it when we looked at the master plan. It was based on the 10-minute walkable neighbourhood, 10 to 15-minute walkable neighbourhood. So there were a variety of distances. I just can't remember what they are. Just the only other point to make on deliverability, on the main site, all the reserve matters have been submitted to the council, so there are no outstanding reserve matters there. The element of the community hub I was talking about and the small area of retail is actually a full application in its own right, and it was to add an increased level of mix of uses into that southern area, which would then support land south of Hurstfield Lane as well as the main Huntsgrove site.
So I recognise that's additional facilities on the back of the local centre, which is to the north.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, that's really helpful. If you can just provide the distances, I know reference is made to walkable distances, etc. I know what that means, but it's useful to just have it in black and white in front of us. So that would be good. Are there any other elements that anybody wants to raise? I'm not sure anybody else that's in the room wants to raise any issues on PS 30 in relation to infrastructure provision. As in services and facilities. Anything in relation to transport? Noting that we have the evidence in front of us. Obviously, some representatives under the consultation have raised concerns around traffic, etc., but it doesn't seem to have been raised as a particular issue by the council or the county council. Is that correct? Mr. Clements?
Probably, Ma'am, only the thing to add, and I think Mr. Choke has already referred to this in previous sessions in terms of the transport work that we are doing to support the emerging application, which is being based on the vision and validate approach. So we will be looking in accordance with the terms of the policy to ensure that active travel and access to public transport are key components of the scheme when it comes forward. Something else also to point out, which I believe Mr. Choke did refer to also, is that as part of this, we are looking at producing a travel plan for the whole of the Huntsgrove development, so the new community. So as part of the transport submissions with the outline planning application, we will be producing a travel plan for the whole community. And there have already been, there's been one community event co-hosted with the Huntsgrove Parish Council with regard to active travel planning across the whole of the site that took place at the end of April. And so that is subject of discussions with the Huntsgrove Parish Council at the moment, who have indicated that they would be willing in due course to take on the management of the travel plan that we come up with. So that will be something that obviously discussions are advanced on through the planning application process.
Okay. Thank you. Now in my queues, we ask questions about affordable housing. Now, we haven't had the affordable housing session yet. So unless there is anything anybody wishes to say on that point, I wasn't necessarily going to have a discussion about that now. I suppose the issue why I raised it was that in determining is that it's quite this reference, and I don't know if it's because it's come from the previous policy, local plan or national policy and national guidance has moved on in relation to viability, and in terms of producing a local plan or a development plan, now the overarching local plan viability testing needs to ensure that all the requirements that are set out within each policy is viable, and therefore it shouldn't be subject to viability in that sense. Now, when it comes to development management and sites coming forward in, whether it's a short period of time or particularly if it's a longer period of time, things can move on. National policy can change, constraints or issues can change, and therefore there is always an element of flexibility there, but it's because it's a specific reference to it within the policy. That's why it was raised. But I think the understanding is because it's been rolled over.
Yeah, it's rolled over. It's a very quick answer. I'm happy to change that wording, and it has been through all our viability testing as well.
Yes, you set that out in your statement. Yes. Okay. Thank you. You're happy to remove that anyway. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other issues that anybody wants to raise in relation to the policy wording? Elements have been put forward to us as part of the representations. So we will have a look at those. I don't think we need to have a conversation about it or a discussion. So can we just confirm then, or confirm as far as possible, because I recognise you set it out in the statement of common ground, both of the statements of common ground that have been submitted, about deliverability. I just want to see whether the council, because we have previously asked for or set out that there may need to be amendments made to the trajectory. That will be at our direction, subject to us considering certain aspects, because on some sites we haven't set out whether we need things moving or not in the trajectory. So if we can just have a look at that. It's got development coming forward from next financial year. So, Mr. Clements, from what you've said about Huntsgrove, the main site, and that developing. And I know in your statement of common ground, you reference that as that one starts to near completion, the Huntsgrove extension will come on board. So could you just indicate when you think that would be likely?
Yes, ma'am, of course. And it probably is worth pointing out a slight discrepancy with the council's position. We have set out at section 6 of the statement of common ground our anticipated delivery profile, which starts to deliver in monitoring year 26-27. So I won't run through the years there, Mum, but it's in there at section 6.
I can see it, yeah.
Yeah. So that is our anticipated delivery timeframe, which is based on, as I said earlier, our submission of an outline application in November of this year. And if I may, just to inform some of that, or to provide explanation of the reasoning. So outline planning application, November 23, we've perhaps optimistically said decision November 24, reserve matters March 25, approval of reserve matters autumn 25, technical approvals December 25, site start in January 26, and then residential construction starting in July 26. So that is basing on those completions with 2 outlets.
And are these your estimations, or have these been agreed with? I know it's anticipated, and this is part of the statement of common ground. So obviously the council's seen these, and I will come to the council for their view, but I'd like your view first. In terms of the development process and the council's capacity to deal with all of these applications that it's going to get at very similar times. What's your understanding of the availability of the council to achieve these timescales?
I'm resisting the temptation, but I would say we've provided this to the council as a delivery trajectory. I haven't explained the thinking behind it, but that thinking is based upon a willingness to enter into a planning performance agreement, which Crest will fund to the degree of several £1,000s. We are waiting for the council to tell us whether they are in agreement with the terms of the PPA and how much money they want from us. We are fully committed to this and fully committed to supporting the planning application process. As I say, those figures are within the statement of common ground.
Yes.
Just a couple of points, Mum. I mean, they are slightly less optimistic than the council's housing land supply trajectory in its latest 5-year housing land supply statement. They are suggesting that completions will come forward from the extension a couple of years ahead of that. So I think they are conservative in that context. So we've shared these with the council. We are committed to them. They are Crest's figures. I don't know whether the council has an alternative view. I mean, the one thing I would say, Ma'am, sorry, is to indicate that yes, there may well be a slew of applications that are coming forward. This is an application in the adopted plan, and as I've reiterated in respect of other points in the submissions we've made, we would look at this very much as part of the existing baseline that ought to be prioritised in terms of being brought forward, both from the terms of an infrastructure perspective and making sure the site is delivered from an administrative perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Clements. I'm going to bring Mr. Danks in, and then I'll go to the council for a response. Thank you. Mr. Danks, please.
Thank you, ma'am. It's sorry, I dropped out then. Only just to say, when you look back at the past or previous outline and reserve matters processes, I'm not sure that Mr. Clements had explained, they were done under a PPA. The council brought in external resource So we actually found, certainly with our application 18 months ago, they were dealt with quickly with resource, and that's on the basis of how they were.
PPA usually brings about it brings about certainty. That's the whole point of the PPA.
But it's bringing in that external resource. The PPA with an internal officer only shares the time equally between other applications.
Well, it is a serious matter, and it's no slight on the council at all. It's something that we have to consider as part of any growth plan. Is actually the council's capacity to be able to deal with the number of applications that come forward at very similar times. And it's certainly no slight on the council at all. It's ensuring that those processes and resources are in place to deliver, because if not, it's going to affect the trajectory. So there's only so much an officer can do in one day, fully understand that. And there's only so much that, a council can do. But as you said, there are processes and procedures to bring in other resources, whether it's through PPA processes or other means. So, excuse me. So thank you for that. That's really helpful. Council, anything you want to add?
Thank you. I don't think that's too unreasonable timescales we've discussed there at all. If there's a PPA already in discussion with our development management team, then obviously we already started to look at it. I don't have concerns by those figures, but I could investigate if you wanted more certainty with development management colleagues. But I'm not too concerned by that. This is a site that is known with its history, and it's compared to some sites that we've been discussing. It isn't one of the more complicated ones, and I know that is a dangerous thing to say sometimes when you're dealing with planning applications. So I won't say too much, but I'm not concerned by the figures that are being discussed there with deliveries.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Ms. Fortune, please.
Sorry, I just wanted to help the conversation there on the PPA. I know we'll come to it when we get to G1 next. But just to say that we've been in discussions with Stroud's development management team. We're discussing terms of the PPA as it stands, and our discussions are focused around having a dedicated officer that will help obviously resource all the applications coming through. So just to confirm that that's our understanding of how our PPA will run.
Thank you. That's helpful to know. So thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the update on the delivery. In terms of viability, I don't have any additional questions on that, unless my colleagues got any questions. We've got no questions now. So unless there is anything further on PS30, I would like to move on. So, no, I've not got any hands up. No, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's then move on to G1. Which is the other side of the road. Okay, let me just, I need to just change all my notes over. So just bear with me. Right, G1, south of Hardwick. Now, the site is identified as an urban extension, south of Hardwick, says it as it is. Now, it's allocated for residential development and community uses. And I recognise that you've got the trading estates and other businesses within the locality. And that now my understanding is that the site promoter, is this for the entire site? The site promoter is Redrow Homes. Is that the case? It is.
Yes, that's correct.
nod. That's good. So can you just give me an update on the planning status of the site? You've referenced that you're trying to get trying to arrange a PPA is that to do with the outline planning application and how that's going to be dealt with?
So the intention is to submit outline planning application with all matters reserved apart from means of access for the 1350 plus community uses. The application is actually finalised and sat on my computer ready to go, and we're just waiting to finalise the PPA, because obviously we sort of see the benefits of having that resource available to us to support the application process through the development management system. So we've also through developing the application, we've always been very open with Hardwick Parish Council. So we've actually undertaken a pre-submission consultation meeting with them. The landowners, those being Hardwick Court Estate and Gloucestershire County Council, have also signed off the application pack. So yeah, we're ready to go, subject to just agreeing that PPA, which we're hoping will be finalised within the next couple of weeks. So I think we're hoping that the application will be submitted in July.
Okay. And I might as well go to delivery now, because we've just been talking about the PPA. So instead of at the end, I'll talk about it now. So the anticipated start and build out rates you set out in your statement of common ground. Has anything, since this has been produced, this was February, has anything changed from that?
I think probably, if we're going to hold our hands up and be completely honest, I think where delivery was anticipated in 2025, I think that's probably a little bit optimistic. So sitting down with Redrow since the hearing sessions have commenced, and being realistic in terms of when the local plan may be adopted, plus obviously the issues surrounding junction 12 of the M5. We've sat down. I appreciate that this isn't forms part of the evidence, but we can obviously write it down for you if you'd like it. But if you want me to sort of run you through the sort of time frames that we're looking at
with me today, that's fine. It's really for the council to note down, because they're the ones to change the trajectory. So you can always send it to the council afterwards as well if you wish. If you just say it out loud, then I can write it down.
Yeah, so obviously, so looking to submit the outline application with full means of access this summer, hoping with a fair wind and an effective PPA in place, we could achieve outline consent by next summer, so summer 2024. The intention is to work up the first phase of the development of the site. I don't know whether it's been set out in our evidence and our position statement. We actually submitted an application for a first phase, sort of just off the Bristol Road, south of Green Lane, or back in about 2026, if my memory, 2016, sorry, if my memory serves me correctly, for 175 units. So it's anticipated that either the top end of the site or the new access of the A38 towards the local centre would be one of the first phases. So we've got a lot of the detail. So we're hoping that the first phase could be submitted pretty much as soon as the outline consent has been granted.
Talking summer 24.
So summer 24, yeah.
Summer, okay.
And then 6 months, hopefully, for the grant of reserved matters, which takes us to Christmas 2024. And then we've allowed, we've got 6 months for the section 278 works, 9 months for site enabling works, which takes us into sort of the latter end of 2025. And then start building. So first legal completions around spring 2026. The intention is to have 2 outlets on site, which I think Redrow feel that they've been quite conservative with their estimations, assuming sort of 60 dwellings per annum could be delivered from each outlet. But what we've had discussions about, because of the buoyant market around sort of the Gloucester Fringe area, it suggested that possibly 75 units could be delivered per outlet, which would take us to 150. So where we might lose
from each outlet, that seems quite high.
No, sorry, 75 per outlet.
That does seem quite high though to me. So
Okay.
what's that on the back of?
Well, it's just on, I mean, 60 is what's being proposed as per the representations, but having a chat with Redrow, they've suggested that they could potentially, with the buoyant market, 75 could be achievable. Which, from the council's perspective, where if legal completions couldn't be completed in 2025, it could mean that the 600 dwellings that we're expecting to be delivered between 2025 and 2030 could be provided, making up that sort of first year shortfall, if you like, if you drip those extra dwellings over the 4 years.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, yeah.
But delivery within those first 5 years.
So at 75 per year per outlet, what's that delivering per week? I'm not doing the maths.
Might have to. Yeah, the maths is not going to come to me quickly.
I could do my own calculation, but we're not supposed to do our own calculation.
No.
It's supposed to be evidence given to us, not we create our own. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's I mean, if we need 1.5 week, isn't it? But yes, it's per outlet.
Per outlet. Which I've been reliably informed is achievable in this area.
Okay. Okay. If we need additional evidence to back that up by evidence of achievability, then that's fine. You're talking 1.5, potentially around per year. So and we are talking Redrow, which is it's a large house builder, isn't it? So it's okay, that's fine. If we need anything in addition, then we'll let you know, but not at the moment. We don't need anything at the moment. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's been really helpful to just set that out.
Sorry, just to say that 75 would be a blend of market and affordable units.
I was gonna, yes, that makes a difference then, doesn't it? Okay. So they're not all, it's not 75 market, it's
the yeah.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. That's the difference, I think, because if it was all market housing, then I'd want to, it's about ensuring that the market isn't saturated, isn't it? And you've got a lot going on in this locality, so it's but if you're talking about different products, then that's slightly different when you're dealing with affordable housing, and so it lessens the amount of market housing that's coming to the market. Okay, Mr. Clements.
Yes, ma'am. Not to disagree with Ms. Fortune, but just probably to, and you may well be ahead of me on this, ma'am. Just in terms of the local market, and obviously G1 and Huntsgrove and PS30 or SA4 are all very close together. There will be on the trajectories that I've discussed, Ms. Fortune has discussed, we are looking at probably around about an overlap of sort of 160 coming forward from the Huntsgrove site alongside that for an overlapping period from 2027 onwards. I've just looked at the trajectories, and I think from 2027 there will be 160 coming forward for about a 5-6 year period from Hunts Grove, from 26 up to 31. So it's just adding those to what Redrow would expect to be coming forward on their site, and whether those are compatible, achievable delivery trajectories in a very concentrated location. That's all, Mum. It's just an observation.
I've said on previous sessions that myself and my colleague need to go away and consider the implications of what we've heard as part of the examination up to now, and that if we needed them to make changes to the trajectory, then we'd be asking them to make that before we then went into next sessions, which will be matter 7, etc. So we're not asking them to do that yet. We will be. We need to go through the rest of the site allocations first, and then we need to consider some of the sites and make directions where necessary. So that's something that we need to look at. So thank you for that. That's something that the council can make a note of for now. Right, let me just get back to my notes. I think it's set out in the statement of or one of the statements of common ground. Just bear with me. That one. Right one in front of me. Right. Reference has been made to I want to focus on the areas of dispute that are set out in the statement of common ground, just so that we can try and get some clarity on the points that have been made. I don't think we're not going to be spending long on these at all. The issue around questioning the connections outside the site boundary, I think this is in particular into Quedgeley West Business Park, which is adjacent to the site. So you suggest that the policy shouldn't be so specific. I just wanted to clarify with the council, is that what the council is suggesting? Or because obviously the council can't, or the land promoters obviously can't deliver anything that's off-site unless it's within the highway area and it's subject to 278 or whatever. So I'm just trying to understand, is that what the policy is trying to achieve? You want a connection to the business park, but you're not actually specifying that the site promoters for G1 must provide it on the business park, if you get my drift, because they don't own the business park.
Yes, that's correct. Basically, we'd be looking at the opportunities for creating this, and we would envisage that through discussions with the promoters or applicants, that we could get contributions towards like footpath improvements, working with county council, of course. So, and that would be matters that we would deal with through the planning application stage.
Ms. Fortune, any particular issues or concerns that you've got with that approach?
I was just to say that
We're more than happy to try and facilitate a connection, but as you quite rightly already pointed out, we can only deliver up until the site boundary. We've got no control into the site next door. So if the council or the county council are able to facilitate a connection, we're more than happy to contribute to that. But what we're concerned about is we just don't want the policy to be so specific, and at the minute it sort of reads that we need to provide a connection, and that's not something that we're able to gift.
No, you can provide a connection up to the site boundary, but then there may be a wall or a fence in that case if the adjacent landowner doesn't want to have that access.
Yes.
So
yeah,
it's almost like it needs to be a negotiated outcome really for that. And so I think it's possibly just the wording that's set out in the policy, isn't it?
yes.
I think everybody would like that. I don't think anybody's saying that that shouldn't be provided. It's just the wording. Okay.
Yes, agree.
And then the provision of the primary school. I think this is the issue regarding that provision is going to be made or enough room for a 3-form entry is going to be provided, but at the moment the evidence only states that a 2-form entry is required. However, you're not saying that that wouldn't be provided. It's as and when the evidence becomes available.
Exactly that. And our illustrative master plan makes safeguards enough space for a 3-form entry. But at the moment, we only think the evidence, the evidence demonstrates a 2-form. But again, that's something that we're happy to work out through the development management process.
So, council, would there be any particular issues about being less prescriptive on whether it's a 3-form, 2-form, as long as a primary school is provided? I think that's the top priority, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And as I said, the work is ongoing with the county council on the requirements, and I can't predict the outcomes of that, but it does seem to be a workable solution in the interim, working with Redrow.
Would that be acceptable, Ms. Fortune?
Yes, yeah.
If it was just a little less prescriptive?
Okay. Yeah, we're happy with that.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything else that you raised? Those are the 2 areas that I've particularly... you've got bullet point 19. Oh, this has been raised by others. It's something that we've already, myself and my colleague will be looking at. So I'm not going to have a discussion about that now.
I think it's similar as well regarding to the introductory text to all of with the master plan. Yeah, it's been raised by others. Yeah.
It's a general element, so we'll be looking at that across the board, across all site allocations. So that's fine. Okay. Is there anything else anybody wants to raise? Any other aspects in relation to G1? Does Lucas any other queries or questions? No? Okay. I'm just going to check my notes, just to make sure I've not missed anything. Now, I am just going to raise something that Crest Nicholson raised in their statement in relation to G1, which refers to the G1 policy should include a requirement to ensure that the access junction and improvements to the A38 corridor specified under criteria 13 and 18 are designed to include the approved A38 access infrastructure associated with Hunts Grove, because obviously it's opposite, and that any design is compatible. Now, in terms of the wording that's set out in the plan under 13 and 18, is that necessary for soundness? I think that they want to ensure that anything that happens on the site opposite doesn't compromise in any way the Hunts Grove development and the highway improvements that are necessary there in terms of the access, etc. Mr. Payne?
Hello, Mum. Yeah, thank you. Just in terms of the sort of the site access arrangements, so the requirement for primary vehicular access from the A38, the design of that access would need to be suitable so that it works in collaboration with the access to Hunts Grove, which is a point where, as I understand it, technical approval is imminent, and works are due to commence. Now, the process that Redrow will need to go through will be undertaken in consultation with the Highway Authority. The junction will be necessary for the junction to be designed so that it can work in collaboration with the Hunts Grove access. Capacity testing will be undertaken, taking account of the Hunts Grove extension, and other committed development in the usual way. Yeah, that's probably all we need to say about that.
Issue at all. And
No.
so, from your perspective, then you don't see it necessary to place anything in the policy to make that a specific requirement, because it would be as part of the course anyway.
Yes,
because
right.
The local highway authority wouldn't allow anything that
correct. Yep.
contradicts or compromise anything.
It would have to pass the usual tests and checks. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I knew there was something I wanted to just query on that. Okay. And I don't think I've got any other queries on. Oh, yes, I do actually. It's in relation to local green space. Now, I know we didn't raise this as a particular question, but it's been brought, but it is set out in the representations. There is local green space within G1, which you do state that you propose to retain, enhance, or re-provide within the site, and the local green space was designated by the Hardwick Neighbourhood Plan. Was that made in 2017? Is that correct? I think it is, isn't it? Can I just ask how, I know you're proposing to retain or to enhance or re-provide, so there's a couple of question marks sort of there, but can you just explain how that's been considered as part of the site master planning so far, please?
Yeah, of course. So yeah, as you correctly identified, there's 3 areas of local green space. The first one is the village green. The village green actually it actually sits outside of our red line. It's directly adjacent to, effectively, you've got the Millennium Stone on a verge, and that's the village green at the moment. So the proposals is to sort of try and enhance that area by creating a larger area of open green space that can be a usable village green. The village green will then interconnect. There's a land use plan at the back of our statement of common ground.
There is, yeah.
And you can, I mean, the village green is sort of just south. It's as you go down through Sticky Lane, it's just on your west hand side. So it's essentially the verge. So the village green will just be connected into a much larger area of open space within the middle of the site. It'd be interconnected through footpaths, and we just sort of feel, it's a nice community benefit to just try and enhance that area, and will actually give people an opportunity to sort of sit in a tranquil space rather than sort of on the side of the lanes.
What about the other areas?
Yeah, the second one, so you've got the 4 miles Elms allotments, which are currently located off the A38. it's probably important to note that the allotments are privately owned. They're not statutory. So the allotments are going to be re-provided just off Green Lane. So pulled right, I mean, I suppose pulled more into the centre of Hardwick when you look at the land south of Hardwick with Hardwick Village itself. So moving them into a more tranquil location off the A38 into
and
an area.
Is that in agreement with the allotment owner?
Yeah, the allotments are actually owned by the Hardwick Court Estate, who are one of the landowners, and I believe that quite a lot of the pitches, the licenses or the tenancy agreements, etc., have started to sort of be dissolved. So there aren't actually many allotment owners on there at the moment. Yeah, so the purpose is to pull the allotments into the site, which will also mean that they're in a more sustainable location for people to be able to walk and cycle to them, although an area of car parking will also be provided. And then the third one is the open field southeast of Church Lane. This is probably the local green space which is the character is going to be probably most compromised in its current location, because it actually sits or the enhanced street, which essentially crosses the site across Church Lane. The enhanced street its route goes straight through the local green space. The schematic concept sort of illustrative plan within the local plan actually shows the road going through that local green space. So obviously everybody's fully aware of those proposals, and that's shown in the local plan. We're obviously aware of that. I mean, a larger element of that local green space to the north will be retained in its entirety and isn't proposed to be developed, but its character will be changed. So what we're proposing with this one is to sort of relocate another area of the area that could be designated as local green space, just trying to take the characteristics of that area in terms of its proximity to walking route, its tranquility, its views outside of the site. So there's also an area of local green space proposed down by the community orchard by St Nicholas Church. So that area down there, we're sort of earmarking, if you like, as an area of sort of another area of local green space for community use.
Okay, thank you.
So we've been very mindful of the neighbourhood plan through developing the illustrative master plan. As I said, we've had a lot of conversations and consultation with the parish council. We've worked through the master plan as well.
So I'm just reading notes again, just to make sure I'm not missing anything before we move on. Okay, anything further? Anybody wants to raise? Don't think, I'll just double check my, yeah, don't think I've got any further queries. On this site. Nope. Okay, thank you very much for your contributions on those two sites. I would like to take a very quick concept break. So if we could just be back at, if we can be back at 3:30, we've only got HAR 017 now, and I really think that won't take us very long at all, but I would just like a quick comfort break. So I'll see you back here at 3:30. If anybody needs to leave now because they've dealt with G1 and G1 and PS30, then please do leave. You don't have to stay on. Okay, so I'll be back here at 3:30. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I shall resume. Okay, we're just dealing now with site HAR 017. And this is a site for up to 10 dwellings. Leave the up to out of it because that's something the council's looked at, always looking at. Haven't got many questions on this at all because a lot of them are the generic questions that we've had for most of the planning applications. I suppose I would like to just start with an update on the planning status of the site and look at the actual developable area and the density and whether it's appropriate or realistic for that area. So I don't know if the council can give an update on that.
Yes, the gross site area on this one, the gross site area is 0.48 hectares.
0.48, did you say?
Yes.
Yep.
The net developable area is 0.45.
Yep.
The density was at 22 and the numbers were up to 10.
Now, in terms of the planning status, the trajectory states that the landowner has secured vacant possession of the site in readiness for housing delivery. Is that landowner going to be the developer of the site, or is it going to come forward? Is there a planning application? What's the status on it?
I'm not sure myself at this moment. I'm not aware that there is a planning application on it. I believe that the developer of Bridgekeepers Way, Sellers Farm, was on board with this. But I can take that as a piece of homework and come back to you on.
But it just relates to the deliverability of the site in terms of where it sits within the trajectory. I know it's only a small site, can obviously come forward subject to there being no constraints on the site. But deliverability is down in the trajectory for this financial year. So
yes, I'm aware that there is a developer looking at it, but we haven't got a planning application yet.
Okay. And are there any particular restrictions or constraints on the site? You
there is there's a requirement for the precautionary archaeological evaluation. Yeah. Because there are ridge and furrow features on parts of the site. So, and there is a medieval find, a single object that hasn't raised alarm bells, but clearly the county archaeological team just said that there should be a precautionary evaluation. And that's all in the text supporting the policy. The surface water aspects, that was quite important for the Bridgekeepers Way development, Sellers Farm. And you'll see that there was a large suds pond installed to the north. Just on discharge into the foul network, we are keen to avoid surface water discharging into the foul network. One of the issues we had in Stroud 3 weeks ago on June the 12th was a number of flooding incidences happened in the Stroud town itself. But that was the combination of surface water with the foul drainage. So I am in discussions with our land drainage engineer at the moment, and I may come back at a later session where we are talking about ES4, policy ES4, and we may need to make a modification to a further modification to that in the statements of common ground on that aspect. But I would be happy to enter into those discussions in the autumn after the summer break.
Okay, thank you.
But that's why we are keen to avoid surface water and the foul network feeding into the foul network. And my initial discussion with Severn Trent Water is that they'll be happy because it's less stress on their assets as well.
So is this one of the sites? I know we've had a previous discussion about the use of the term up to. And in relation to the AONB sites, that was deemed to be acceptable. I'm not saying that the site allocations are acceptable. I'm saying that the wording of up to is acceptable. We still need to consider those allocations. Is this an instance where the up to is also valid because of particular constraints, or are you saying that actually no, that you wouldn't want to restrict development as long as surface
we
water?
Wouldn't want to restrict development as long as those issues that we put in the text
as long as they're dealt with,
addressed. Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I thought that was the case, but I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't.
And it gives us a degree of flexibility also with the retention of the hedgerows and trees that we've referred to as well.
Okay. You make reference in the supporting text to, it's the final sentence really, the site is adjacent to the Gloucester and Sharpness Canal. You reference the canal earlier in the second sentence, saying that care should be taken to conserve the setting of the canal. But it's the final sentence refers to the site is adjacent to the Gloucester and Sharpness Canal, where there are opportunities to improve pedestrian and cycle linkages. But you're not saying that that should be carried out through this development. It's just a statement. So is that what you're saying? You're actually saying actually this site should improve?
It's under discussion with the Canals and Rivers Trust. You've got the Ship Canal towpath, the other side of Sellers Bridge.
Yeah.
And they've been doing a lot of improvement works heading northwards to Gloucester. And they're now opening discussions with ourselves about towpath improvements to the south. And that wording was put in because we would like to explore. There's nothing definite on the table, but we would want to explore opportunities.
So is it just highlighting? It's not a policy requirement, but it's just highlighting it just in case.
Yes, that's it.
Hopefully, in a hopeful manner.
Yes.
Okay.
But you know, if opportunities arose, then we'd be keen to take those up.
Absolutely, absolutely, as you quite rightly should be. Yes, but you're not seeing it as a requirement for the development coming forward and the site coming forward.
No,
that they must do an improvement. It's just if they can, that would be great. Thanks.
Yeah, you know, we've got to meet the strict tests on any obligations.
Yes.
And involving third-party land as well.
Yes, yeah. All depends what the possibilities are, as you said. It depends what the opportunities are. So.
Yes.
And it depends on who comes forward to develop it. That might bring up particular opportunities or different opportunities. Okay, so you've got the build out rate as coming forward this financial year. So as there's no planning application or any indication of one coming forward, is that realistic?
I don't think so. I think we would have to look at implementation starting next year now, as there's no application.
Okay.
And we would be happy to amend the trajectory on that basis.
Okay. And in terms of constraints and viability, nothing that you've been made aware of?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
This came up at the consultation on further housing options in 2019, this site. So hence it's a sort of late entry into the plan, but no, we've got no concerns on deliverability.
Okay. I haven't got any other queries, questions on that. Inspector Lucas, any questions? Okay, well, thank you very much. It's been another long-ish day. So thank you for your contributions, everyone. Again, you've given us food for thought, so we will go away and take on board and try and digest a lot of the comments that have been made and have a look at some of the more up-to-date, more recent evidence that's been submitted in more detail. We will be back tomorrow to deal with or continue our discussions on Winslow. So thank you for now, and I'll see some of you again tomorrow. So thank you. Bye for now.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.